And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Wardy TV Monday, number 5. I'm, of course, Showside VIP, and with me, I'm joined by these amazing players, the people in the chat, and by my plushies as well. Welcome, everyone. Welcome to our second broadcast of the day. Earlier in the morning, we were live with Tenacious Turtle Tussle, and now we are here with the Wardy TV Monday. Again, !B to have a look at the bracket yourselves. The bracket is live, the bracket is stacked. We are here in the round of 32, and we have our first series. We are spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Site Delta, representing himself, currently teamless, I believe, recently did leave the Platinum Heroes. It is Young Yakov. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, it is Rebellion. And if you are in the chat, you know what time it is. It is time to get your gamba going. Predictions are open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. I do want to give the edge to Young Yakov, but Rebellion can hold his own, and this could go either way. This is reminding me a little bit of the series we casted last night of Rebellion versus Nikic. Now Rebellion versus Young Yakov. Let's go. Let us go as the initial probe scout is moving out. And again, we're settling in. The bracket is quite large. There's a lot to go over. Catching up in the chat. That's a lot of Protoss. I mean, that's your typical online tournament. It's fine. It's fine. We're used to it, Papi. We're used to it. I'll do my best to avoid PvPs for as long as I can. Usually, that's how we do approach things when it comes to covering online events, is that we avoid mirror matchups while we can, because eventually we will be embracing them. We'll get there eventually. We'll get there. But the bracket is stacked. A lot to go over. For now, we're settling in. In the first round. We do have our initial opener, Hatch Gas Pool. Everything looking as it should for the time being from the side of Young Yakov. Likewise, Rebellion going for the gate expand into Cybercore. When it comes to settling into this game, when it comes to our players' playstyles as well, we spoke about this last night, how Rebellion, he's known for his kind of mid-game oriented play, more aggressive builds in the mid-game as well, while going into Glaive Adepts, while going for 2 base all-ins, 3 base aggression as well. That's where Rebellion typically does thrive. Less so in a longer, later game, less so, but we'll see how he does compare. Likewise, Young Yakov did recently leave his team. If you were tuning into the podcast, we went over all the player roster changes, the team roster changes, and there have been a lot of changes here over the past week. A lot of players leaving Platinum Heroes, a lot of players joining other teams instead. Young Yakov was one of those players that did end up leaving. Did cite that he wanted to be teamless for a little bit, does fully intend to continue to compete and continue to perform, but for now is representing himself. He's going to be repping himself instead, which was an interesting decision. We were kind of like theorizing the reasoning why. I assumed that maybe he wanted to be less active, maybe focusing on other things, and he didn't want to feel like obligated to compete in like team leagues or anything like that for the Platinum Heroes, so he wanted to be teamless for a while. But I'm uncertain. It is a little bit unclear as to that, especially considering that he's still competing, like he's still playing. Regardless of depth shading in towards the main. Link's trying to keep up. So far, so good. Means we'll zone that adept down. And Rebellion shouldn't get much done here. Gets a bit of scouting information, does shade away, will get the hell out of there. Back at home should soon be expanding. It is going to be a Stargate opener into Oracle, into, I imagine, a third. Rebellion does get the hell out of there. Meanwhile, Young Yakov going for a very early Roach Warren. Ooh, that is a, what, 340, 335-ish Roach Warren timing. Very early on. Third base soon to be taken, but it looks like Young Yakov is going to be the aggressor. Again, there's no reason to throw down a Roach Warren this early, unless you are anticipating something like a Glaive Adept opener, like a Twilight Council. But alas, we know, and Young Yakov knows, it's an Oracle. Here's the Stargate instead. 4 drones going down. 5 drones! Oh my god! 5 workers do full. Nice start here for Rebellion. And now Young Yakov, yeah, realizes, does cancel the Roach Warren. So it looks like Young Yakov was just playing safe. That's why he threw down the Roach Warren. Once he realized it was a Stargate, he cancels. Again, there's no reason to throw down a Roach Warren unless Young Yakov was going for an all-in. Looks like he's not going for the all-in, so he does kind of pivot away, does deviate, is getting into upgrades. And this should be the beginning of Ling Hydra. As the Oracle pokes in, threatens the third. I mean, so far, 5 drone kills. It's been an efficient trade so far by Rebellion. Gets Revelation off. and hasn't seen any tech yet. No tech in sight. It's behind this, we can see Rebellion getting into a Forge, into +1, into Twilight Council. I'm curious if Rebellion is going to be embracing Charge or Blink. They both have their place, and it is going to be Charge. So Charge Lot Archon for Rebellion. Now, I assumed that it was going to be Ling Hydra for Young Yakov, but no, he does end up throwing down a later Roach Warren. I'm curious if that is going to just be a safety Roach Warren, in case he does need it, in case Rebellion goes for an earlier move out, or if it's, or if it's something that he intends to commit into Lingbane Roach Ravager. That is still an option for Young Yakov. Oh, I have to get rid of the turtle. Again, we were live earlier this morning with the Tenacious Turtle Tussle, so I will have to get rid of that. My apologies. The free branding. I will make sure to remove that before game 2. Do my best. Meanwhile, Archon production on the horizon. There's the Gateway Explosion. Usually this would lead into a move out in line with the completion of the Temple Archives, but we'll see how many Zelts get warped in. As the War Prism has arrived. Oracle's moving out. Roach production has begun, so it looks like it is going to be Lingbane Roach Ravager. I mean, say that. For now, just going to be Ling Roach Ravager. Ooh, and we skip the Baneling Nest, going for the Hydra Den. Okay, so Young Yakov, he's just playing it out very safely. He will have an army to work with, to defend, to survive, to take up. There are some players that would skip the Roach Warren and just go straight Hydra, and it can be risky to do so. And you can see Young Yakov is not taking any risks. He's got a good amount of roaches. Infestation Bit's on the way. Does spot the initial Archons. He's trying to keep up. Rebellion moving out. More Zealot reinforcements coming in. But with plenty of roaches, Young Yakov should be fine. And he comes in with the surround, locks down the roaches, shuts him down as well. Prism a little bit too far back, unable to save the Archons. And again, this defense would have been a lot more difficult for Young Yakov if he hadn't thrown down the Roach Warren. You can see the roaches, they completely shut this down. So nice defense here by Young Yakov. Behind this, 19 drones on the way, Hive and Lurker Den as well. So Young Yakov, he's not going for a big counterattack. He could, to be honest. I mean, after losing those Archons, there's no Immortals, there's only a Gateway army. Young Yakov could try to punish this. Alas, he opts to tech up and get further ahead by droning, by getting into Hive, into Lurkers. The Lurkers, Pappy, they're coming. They are coming. Meanwhile, across the map, Rebellion, he's trying to stabilize. Getting a 4th, building up his Immortal count. 2nd Robo's on the way, that's going to be for double Immortal production. But honestly, Young Yakov is looking quite safe and quite secure. Right now, the pressure is on the Rebellion to pop off with a Zealot run by, a DT counterattack, just some kind of economic damage. The Zealots, they do hit the Southern Expansion, but there are roaches in position. Oh, it's going to be close. Up, the base. It looks like it does go down. Okay, forcing a cancel, not bad for 2 Zealots. A nice big off here from Rebellion. Does pull away. Young Yakov moving out towards the north. He's headed for that 4th expansion. He wants it back. Oh, he's going to be punished though. Nice force fields. Rebellion knocking down some of those roaches. Archon's on the way. Storm just now starting. Say just now starting. We have the contamination. Let's go. Contamination on the Storm will delay. And Yakov trying to force the issue, but I do feel like he's being a little bit premature. And once again, beautiful force fields. The roaches are locked down, and so many roaches fall. Without Ravagers, there's just no answer to the force fields. Hydra's poking forward. They pick up the Archons. Nice pick up towards the end, but that was a better trade for Rebellion. Very efficient. And Young Yakov, now he backs off, and now we should be seeing the Lunkers. There they are. Let's go. The Lunkers are coming. Lurker production has begun. As Lurker production begins, there's a Fleet Beacon. Now, this is going to be a bit of a later Fleet Beacon for Rebellion, so later Skytals. It means that there's a window, there's a timing where Young Yakov can thrive with Lurkers before Rebellion really takes to the skies. The Immortal count, though, is looking quite healthy. Looking at 6 Immortals. Ducklings are pushing forward. Where are the Archons? Where are the Storms? Uh-oh. Okay. Storms coming in. Lurker's pushing forward. Lurker range has completed. Shield battery goes down, and the fourth base is forfeit. And the Lurkers, they're ready. They're in position. The Nexus goes down. 7 probe kills as well. The Prism, oh my god. Prism does run into the Hydras. Decent Storms, but alas, Rebellion, he just cannot engage, not into this army. Oh, actually, up to 7 Immortals. With a heavy Immortal count, he can break through this. And there we go, takes down the Hydras, gets rid of the Lurkers as well. Do we have detection? We do not. No detection! Where's the Observer? Oh my god. Yeah, big smash just going off. If there was an Observer with the army, this Lurker count would have been completely reset. Revelation does miss the Lurkers. And Yakov, he gets away in time, does preserve at least some of his army, and is rebuilding and remaxing. And the problem is that even though Rebellion, he had some efficient fights and was able to kill some Roaches and some Lurkers and some Hydras, the problem is the expansion. The problem is his economy. Did lose the base, did lose the fourth, is stuck on a 3-base economy, long distance mining, and that means that young Yakov can remax. He can rebuild. Rebellion needs more time. Is getting a hefty Immortal count out. It's going to be almost purely High Templar Immortal. Very similar to Estrella, if you recall. A couple of days ago, we casted Estrella versus Dark. It had a very similar kind of army composition. It's so fragile, it's so vulnerable to a surround, as there's so little to support this Robo High Templar army. At a certain point, the Immortals, they support themselves. The Lurkers are pushing forward. Tempest production has begun. And young Yakov, he makes his way right on top of that third Nexus. Decent Storms. Oh, Spine Shots are brutal. So many Immortals going down, pushing into a concave. Oh my god. And the Immortals, they melt. GG gets called. And young Yakov takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Oh, I do need a moment to get rid of the turtle. Hold on. Before I forget. There we go. But GG, well played. Again, young Yakov, he was able to have quite an impactful, quite an important engagement where he was able to shut down the initial Archon Zealot aggression. Just like that, young Yakov, he was free to drone, free to tech. If you remember, it was after that initial failed push by Rebellion where young Yakov, he made 19 drones, a hive, and a lurker den. Went for all 3 at once, as he was safe to do so, and Rebellion just couldn't really punish him. From there, young Yakov could max out, and it was his goal to make sure that he was able to knock down the 4th base over and over again. Just making sure that Rebellion couldn't really stabilize, couldn't max out, couldn't really have the economy to embrace Skytoss. He was getting there, he was working on Tempest production, but it was too little too late. And with that, GG, young Yakov takes the lead. Now we get into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. As we're settling into game 2 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkion, we have our red Zerg player. Representing himself, currently teamless, leading the series 1-0, it is young Yakov. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing himself, Clan NWCE. It is Rebellion. Here we go. See someone asking in the chats, because yeah, those that are curious about the Tuna Cup, the Sparkling Tuna Cup, if you will, that was last night, if you recall. That was like 24 hours ago, or just under 24 hours ago. Was last night, and it was Cristiano. Fun fact: Cristiano did not drop a single map. he went undefeated, perfect score, 2 0s and 3 0s all around. He had a very dominant performance over the weekend on a Sunday night. But alas, I believe Cristiano, he is not here in this bracket. Let me just double check. Yes, he's not here in tonight's bracket for the Wardy TV Monday, unfortunately. Would have been great to have seen him back to back, but not tonight. As we are settling in, young Yakov going hatch gas pool. Meanwhile, Rebellion opening up, gates expand. So far, so good. Light even has a turtle-style shirt for the occasion. What does that mean? Turtle? Hold on. I guess kind of. I get what you're saying. I was a little bit confused. Not gonna lie, but sure. I see it. I see it. Ah, beautiful. Nah. I'm covered in a shell. It'll keep me safe. But now though, we're settling in. Again, standard open out of Rebellion. Likewise, Young Yakov across the map, droning up. Again, hatch gas pull into link speed. Pulls out of gas as well, so there's no crazy Bane bust, there's no Roach Rush or Fast Lair. If you recall, last game, Young Yakov, he was very safe and he went for an early Roach Warren, which he cancelled once he realized he didn't need it. I'm curious if he intentionally goes for a fast Roach Warren this time. But now just skirting around the edge of the map. Ling's dipping in, getting a full scout of the main. Alas, there is nothing in the wall. A probe was out. And Young Yakov will be able to confirm. He does confirm the entirety here of the setup, the Stargate opener, and the Oracle as well. Oh! So Young Yakov should be feeling pretty safe. Should be feeling safe and secure. Can drone. Adept is across the map. And that is 16 links on the way. So these links for Young Yakov, they're designed to not just shut down the Adepts, but to delay the third, and to keep the Oracles busy. And here come those links. They're skirting around the edge. Behind this, Young Yakov, he's droning up. As the Oracle moves out, the links, they are going to be moving in. Just waiting for the third base. Meanwhile, Rebellion going for a Twilight Council before the third. Okay, yeah, my attention. Going for a much more aggressive follow-up. Now, this should be for Glaives. This should be for 4-gate Glaive Adepts. Lings, they get in position. They will delay the third. They take down one Adept. And almost a second. Second Adept barely does survive. Shades across. Lings going for the Cybercore. And Cybercore is exposed. And it looks like the Cybercore is going to go down. The Oracle, it's across the map. It's not at home to defend. And that's going to be a massive pickup, considering it was meant to be Glaives. Cybercore falls. Cybercore is being forced to rebuild. There we go. Glaives is being researched, but this will heavily delay any Adept production. So Rebellion is in a rough position here. Oracle didn't get any damage done across the map. Safety Roach Warren's on the way, just under the 5-minute mark. And Young Yakov, he should be fine. We have some Spore Crawlers, so Young Yakov, he should be ready for Oracles, for DTs, and the Roaches will be done, or will be ready in time for the Adepts. And Young Yakov, he's all over this. Takes down the probe, denies the third, forces a cancel. And it's just been a rough start for Rebellion. Again, this wouldn't have gotten as much damage done if Rebellion had gone for a second Oracle. The second Oracle would have been out in time, would have been able to defend, clean up the Lings, defend the Cybercore, expand, take a third base. That's why typically in a standard game you would see double if not triple Oracle production. Oracles, they do so well harassing across the map and defending back at home. But Rebellion intentionally only made one. He only made the one, it was across the map. Because he was going into Glaives, he was punished. He was punished for it in the end. And now it's a 2-base all-in. That's a lot of gateways. We have 3 gateways here on the low ground. We have 4 in the main, 7 in total. So 2-base, 7-gate Glaive Adept. And it's all or nothing at this point. It's all or nothing for Rebellion. He's moving out across the map. That's a lot of Adepts. And back at home, Roaches. Roaches are on the way. We also have some nice SimCity ready to wall off to make sure we can deny the shade into the natural. Drone is in position to wall. Adepts are pushing in. And do we wall off in time? Oh, we do. The wall is set up. Adepts, they commit. They knock down the wall. But that will slow them down. Yeah, boys are being pulled away. The Adepts, they make their way to the mineral line. They get a couple of drone kills. It's an okay start, but more needs to be done. And shading into the main, catching a queen. Uh-oh. Getting even more workers, though. That's a lot of drones. 9. Almost 10. 9 drones go down, forcing the recall. Rebellion gets the hell out of there. Is taking his third, and he's looking to rush into disruptors. The Bay is on the way for that disruptor production. And that was some okay damage, but ideally Rebellion wanted more. He wanted more than just 9 drone kills. He's still down in workers. Young Yakov getting a 4th. Lair is done. Roach speed is on the way. And now Young Yakov, he can focus on droning up, saturating his bases, then building up and getting ready for a counterattack. He's got a good amount of roaches. Still just building up. Likewise, Rebellion just calming things down, building up. First disruptor is on the way. And that I was not expecting. Okay, so Young Yakov, instead of getting ready for a Roach Ravager move out, he's building up roaches, true, but we have a Spire on the way. And there's a lot of potential in this Spire. I mean, Blink is heavily delayed because of the Glaive Adepts, so Blink is going to be far later. Stalker production in general, very low. Young Yakov is threatening a move out. He's forcing a reaction out of Rebellion. Forcing out more shield batteries, more pylons. 4th base is going to be denied. And Yakov just making sure there is no 4th. And at the moment, there's just no good answer to mutas. There's no answer, there's no scouting. There it goes off. Roaches, they trade with the Adepts. And just poking in. Young Yakov, he shouldn't commit. Up, catches a Disruptor. Not bad. Disruptor goes down. Can he get a second? He can! And 2 Disruptors fall. And even if Young Yakov doesn't break the main army, I mean, it doesn't matter. It's not about the roaches, it's about the mutas. There it is. 8 mutas are on the way. Now, the mutas might force an all-in. It might force a counterattack, but even if that's the case, Young Yakov, he preserves his roaches, and he can build up more behind this. Also, an air attack is on the way. Oracle dips in. Gets forced back, gets 4 drone kills, not bad. But no scouting. There's no scouting whatsoever here at the natural. That's also the downside of staying on a low Oracle count. If you had 2-3 Oracles, you could be more active, you can dip in between the bases, get revelations off. Alas, Rebellion, he's in the dark. And here come the mutas. That's a lot of muta. That's how many? 14! 14 mutas moving out. Adepts, they get across the map, they can threaten the shade. There are roaches to defend. And mutas, they hit the natural. Probes are going down left and right. And there's no saving them. Oh my god. 7, 8, 9, 11 probe kills. And we're not done. We've only just begun. So Young Yakov wreaking havoc in the main as well. Picking up more probes. Getting contamination on the forge, on the upgrades. And we'll get 18 plus probe kills behind this, building up a ground-based army. Getting into +1 melee. Catching the prism. And I believe actually still making more mutas, yeah. Up to 19, soon to be 25 mutas. And here comes the all-in. As we mentioned, mutas, they do sometimes just force a big all-in out of the Protoss. It's all or nothing for Rebellion. He's got 26 Stalkers. He's got 1 Disruptor. Oh, nice blink. Catch Gauntlings, then a Roach. But Young Yakov, he has maxed out. Nova goes off. Ooh, big connection. Not a bad start there by Rebellion. Blink is done. +1, less so. It was contaminated earlier. And even with the clutch transfuse, keeping the mutas alive. And GG gets called Rebellion. He runs out of steam. And Young Yakov will take the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Young Yakov as it does claim the series does advance on. My condolences to Rebellion. Again, it was just a really unfortunate start, especially here in Game 2, where Rebellion, he was just punished for his build, punished for his opener, punished for only opening up a single Oracle into a delayed third, into a depths. It meant that he was unable to protect his natural, he lost a cyber core, he lost a third base, just everything went from bad to worse at the start of the game. And Rebellion, he kind of stumbled into the mid-game and just was unable to really get his footing, unable to stabilize. Was trying to, but alas, Young Yakov, that's where he went for the mass muta switch, and did catch Rebellion with his pants down. Did catch him with his pants down. GG, well played. Congratulations to Young Yakov. Shout out to Rebellion, of course, for competing here, but he is knocked out of the tournament. And now we can take this moment to have a look at the bracket. Let's go. Exclamation mark, be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. I believe we have some updates. Oh, we do. And we are going to be jumping into a rematch. We're going to be jumping into a rematch here, but let's actually catch up from the top. From the very top. Oh, we have to move the bracket over. There we go. We have Clem. It looks like Clem got a walkover over his opponent, is now in the round of 16, waiting for the winner of Nickracked and Baby Marine in a TVT. That could go either way. I do favor Nickracked in that series. Best of luck in that TVT. Scrolling down, we have Gumiho. Gumiho up against Nightmare in the second round. A very, very dynamic, very close TVP. I'm a little bit envious. That would be a very, very banger of a series. I hope it's being casted. I hope it's being covered. Scrolling down, my apologies. Oh, scrolling down. We have Hero. Hero takes out Nighthead 2-0, and Hero's up against Geralt in the second round in a PvP. Now, Hero did take some time off. If you're unaware, Hero, he took a bit of a break, took a hiatus after EWC. So Hero has been... Oh, he was on a month-long break, and now he's back. Now he's back. He returned a couple of days ago. I want to say maybe a week at most, a week ago at most. But he's still kind of regaining his skill. Hero is still shaking off his rust. Because of that, we actually have seen Hero underperform over the past week, and because of that, I don't know if that PvP is as clear-cut. I want to say that most recently we saw Hero go down to Zaun. He went down to Zaun a couple of days ago. In the, I believe it was in the KSL. Yeah, it was a couple of days ago in the KSL. Over the weekend, where Zaun did defeat Hero in a PvP. So best of luck to Hero in that matchup against Geralt. Likewise, best of luck to Geralt as well. Scrolling down, we have Björn. Björn takes down the world, 2-0. Advancing on into the next round, waiting for the winner of T-Bull and DJ. I think that is Sue, if I'm not mistaken. I want to say that's a Korean name. That's a Korean player. We'll have to double check. We also have Max Pax, we have Lunacy, Rex, Solar, Classic, Shin, Young Yakov, Trap, and Creator. Again, the bracket is stacked. A lot of really good players here tonight, and we are jumping into our second series, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the Red Zerg player. Currently teamless, did just take down Rebellion 2-0. It is Young Yakov. Now, for those that are curious, this is a rematch from 2 weeks ago. Someone was asking earlier about the Tuna Cup, about the Sparkling Tuna Cup, a tournament that we host here on the CranKy Ducklings. But 2 weeks ago, these two faced off in that very tournament in the semi-finals, if I'm not mistaken. They faced off in the semis, where Shin brought Young Yakov down 2-0. It was 2-0 in favor of Shin. It was a very intense ZVZ. Shin did take it. We'll see if Young Yakov can get his revenge. And off the back of that, if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. It's Gamba time. It is Gamba time. Predictions are now open in the chat. Place your bets on who you think will take the series. Will history repeat itself, or will Young Yakov cause an upset? Here we go. As for now, hatch, gas, pull, standard openers. Standard openers for Shin, standard openers for Young Yakov. Everything looking as it should. And we'll keep an eye on any big deviation on whether or not either player delays their third, skips their Baneling Nest, cuts worker production, or even goes for an early Roach Warren. There are options. There are options. So now our players are settling in. Link speed is on the way. See our players pulling out of gas. So no crazy fast Evo chamber into plus on melee. So far so good. We also recently saw Shin versus Dark in a ZVZ in the grand finals of the KSL. It was a very, very intense series. A lot of all-ins, a lot of aggression from both sides. It's honestly a lot of fun. It's a great ZVZ. And we'll see how this one compares. Shin did go down to Dark in the end. But it was just a very dynamic back and forth. See if Young Yakov can keep up. For now, Bailey Nest. Bailey Nest has been thrown down for both players. No fast Roach Warren. Third bases are being taken, and we are just droning up. Everything so far looking normal, but Young Yakov going for a very fast, very hidden Roach Warren. Let's go. Okay, Young Yakov is going to be the aggressor. He's going for a Ling aggression initially into a Roach follow-up. So it's very early move out here by Young Yakov, and we'll see if Shin can piece it all together. For now, Shin is in the dark. And he's amassing Lings. Lings are on the way. Okay, just 12 of them. 12 Lings to reinforce. These 2 Lings here towards bottom left should be morphed in. There we go, Bailings are on the way. And it's on Shin here to break the third. We'll see if he can. Roach production has begun. Young Yakov cutting works at 27. Bailey's rolling up. So far, zoning Shin away. I say that, but the hatchery is getting surrounded. Oh, Bailing goes up. 2 Bailings even. So Shin is going to try to zone away those Lings. Just buy time to bring down the hatchery. Ooh. Bailings, they do trade, and with that, Young Yakov, he will defend. He shuts down the army, and Roaches are moving out. They're moving out across the map. The Overlords will confirm. Shin now knows how much danger he's in. He's getting to his own Roach production. His Roach War just finished. But Shin is in trouble. As Shin was droning, he was droning up. The Queens, they come forward. Bailings popping off. Zoning the Lings away. Denying the Bailings here of Young Yakov. Very nice pickups. And again, Shin just has to buy a little bit more time. Once again, zoning away those Lings. Coming in for the surround. It looks down the Roaches. Bailings, they will look to crash in as well. They shut down some of the Bailings, not all of them though. As Roaches are building up. More Roaches on the way. And it looks like Young Yakov, he realizes he cannot break his opponent. He's droning. He just now makes a wave of drones, and Young Yakov, he backs off. He does get the hell out of there. And as a result, Shin has been mining more for longer. He's had the better economy. Now now already had his gas, going for his Evo chamber. And Young Yakov has to play catch-up. Oh, doesn't quite get the drone. Young Yakov forced back. Droning up behind this. Making a handful of Roaches. And I'm curious if Young Yakov drones from here or if he starts Roach production once again. As Shin, he only droned up to 37. Uh-oh. 2 gases. Only 2 gases for Shin. 2 base saturation. Roach production will underway. The Evo chamber, he's not making use of it. He's going for an all-in. Shin, he's going for his own all-in. I mean, after defending his hope, his goal here is to hope that Young Yakov was too greedy. And Young Yakov, he did make extra workers, that is true. Is it enough, though? Is it enough? As Shin just now decides to drone. Oh, this is late saturation, late third gas geyser. It looks like maybe Shin was expecting aggression out of his opponents, and he made so many Roaches. And a lot of these Roaches could have been drones. They could have been workers. So not ideal here for Shin. As he was able to confirm the Roach count of his opponents, realized that it wasn't going to quite work. Shin does at least shave off a lot of Lings, true, but lasting is more than that. Oh, the Bailing! Oh my god. Decent connection. Decent connection goes off. Both players droning up, getting up to 2 base saturation, somewhat saturating their third as well. Lair is on the way. Young Yakov finishing up his lair first. Again, Shin, he did delay drones quite a bit. That is reflected in sec. That's why Shin's upgrade is later, despite having the earlier Evo chamber. His lair is later. His gases are later. And Young Yakov can go for a very strong +2 timing. I mean, +1 as well, but we'll see if he does move out. As the links are spotted, Bailing's getting in position. Young Yakov not taking his second gas here at his third or in his main, staying on 4 gases. Shin getting up to 5. Both players on similar economies. You can see because Young Yakov had more drones for longer, you can see he's now ahead in army supply. So he's up in the army. And Young Yakov will soon move out. Interestingly enough, going for +1 carapace, not +2 range. Interesting. That I'm not so sure about. Doesn't scale as amazingly. I mean, it's a good upgrade, but it's not as impactful as +2. And here we go, Young Yakov. He is maxed out. Pushing right through the center. Shin, can he defend? He does have a couple of Ravagers. Does have defender's advantage. Which as they push in, they're going for the Ravagers. They get 1! Couple of piles to connect. Second, third Ravager goes down. Very nice target firing here out of Young Yakov. And it looks like he can try to brute force his way through. Does take another bow to the face. Concave in favor of Shin. Shin, he's holding. Does barely force back the army. Again, the biles were in favor of Shin. +2 is on the way. And Yakov is forced to retreat. Now taking a 4th expansion. It will soon kick in with 1-1, but again, carapace is not as ideal. Still staying on pure roach. Once again, more Ravagers on the way for Shin. Does have more micro potential as a result, hunting down Overlords. And it gets 1. Spire on the way as well. And it looks like Young Yakov once again is just going, he's just going pure roach. Pure roach from the red Zerg. Another Overlord goes down. We have 2 Ravagers on the way. Shin getting ready. Still down in army supply. Young Yakov going for a split push. Shin trying to keep up. Oh! Does split off in time. +2 just now beginning for Young Yakov. +2 is almost done for Shin. And the Spire will complete. And Shin, he wants to trade. Shin is maxed. He does need to free up some supply for Mutas. He's moving out. Knocking down Rooks. Gaining map control. Young Yakov, he had his own advantages this game, but since then it looks like he has lost them. Going into Burrow and Tunneling Claws. Well, Ravagers are exposed. Young Yakov, he gets 1, he gets 2. 2 Ravagers go down, nice pickups. But again, as Shin is trading, he's getting into muta production. I say that, but he does push up the ramp. This I'm not so sure about. Shin, he does have the upgrade lead with +2. But still, I do think the Concave is in favor of Young Yakov. Yeah, with that, mutas are on the way. Shin, he has to back up, he has to retreat. Not the best fight for Shin. Not the best start of the fight either, losing all those Ravagers. And now Shin is going to be vulnerable. Oh, Young Yakov, he drones. Uh-oh. Young Yakov drones up. He's still droning as well. Now, what's important is that this means that Young Yakov, he's going to have a little bit less to counterattack. And as the mutas are revealed. Now Young Yakov knows. Hydrogen on the way. Overseers and Overlords going down. Let's pick off 1 muta. Which army moves out? Shin, no Overseer, no detection. Uh-oh. Does he notice? Not yet. Still no Overseer. Oh, no. There we go. We have an Overseer towards the left-hand side. Is in position. We do see young Yakov trying to get into the mineral lines. Getting a handful of drones. But Shinny keeps up. Keeps up. He defends. So it's back to the army. Gaining map control. Catching a queen. And from here, Shinny's got a couple of options. He could either double down and go Mass Muta, he can try to go back into Roach Ravager, or take up into his own Hydra Lurker. For now, just sticking with Roach Ravager. Gets a Hydra. Gets one. Gets three. And as the army's distracted, Shinny hits the fourth. While zoning the army away. Oh no! Ravager gets exposed. One Ravager goes down. But so does the fourth. Massive pickup. Again, young Yakov out of position. You can see the Biles just zoning the army away. Young Yakov, he couldn't commit. Couldn't engage. The power of Biles. And Shin forcing his way up. Again, forcing back the army. And all the best trades here from young Yakov. He's being pulled apart. Shin snowballing out of control. He breaks through into the third base. With reinforcements, it looks like young Yakov should be able to hold on, but he lost an expansion. At the same time, roaches are across the map. They're in the natural. They're at the third. Drones are falling. Shin, he races back home. He will clean this up eventually. And Mutas to defend the third. 11 drone kills. Young Yakov taking an economic lead. Shin even making some corruptors. Let's go. There we go. He does go for the dive. Shin trying to break through, coming in from behind as well. Does come in from behind. Gets himself on some of the Hydras, but young Yakov, he does take the better fight. The Hydra's barely breaking through. And young Yakov, he breaks through into the third base as well. Again, the economy in shambles. GG gets called, and young Yakov, he counterattacks, he gets into the mineral lines, and he will take game number 1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Shin honestly was looking quite in form and quite in control, especially when he was moving out, when he was able to snipe the fourth base, able to get into the mineral line. But the tunneling claw of roaches, they were able to give young Yakov the economic edge. They were able to pull Shin back home and pull him apart. Able to pull him apart in the end. Young Yakov barely taking that fight towards the end as well. GG. GG, well played, young Yakov. He does take his first step here at Revenge. Remember, did lose a couple of weeks ago earlier, and now is up in this series, but that was still a very close back and forth. There was some good moments from both players. There were some better moments for young Yakov at times, but then he did lose his advantage. Likewise for Shin as well. I don't think the mutas were necessarily a bad call, but alas, unfortunately, he wasn't quite as prepared for that counterattack from young Yakov. Honestly, if it wasn't for that, I do think that Shin would have taken it, because in the aftermath of losing the fourth base, Shin was up in workers. It was up in workers, up in economy, up in army. There would have been no reason to turn around. Could have kept going. There's a lot that did come down to the final moments of that game, but here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Site Delta. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, for Gaming Gladiators, down in the series. Can he bounce back and force the ace match? It is Shin. Oh. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, going for a 15-15, we have the Red Zerg player, leading the series 1-0. It is young Yakov. We go. So 15 hatchery into, I imagine, 15 spawning pool. Yep, there we go. So 15-15. Very safe opener out of young Yakov. Designed to hard counter aggression. We can see Shin going for a standard hatch gas pool. But if Shin had gone for a 12 pool, a 13-12, a 12-11, a 14 pool, if he had gone for anything more aggressive, then young Yakov would be safe. In the end, after the mind games, I do favor Shin, because Shin opens standard and economic, just hatch gas pool. And this does mean that most likely young Yakov is going to open up gasless, and he's going to open up 2 base roach. What I mean by that is that because of this build from young Yakov, his gases are very late. Very late gases here from the red Zerg. You can see Shin about to start mining. Because of that, late Ling speed. Because of that, late Banelings. So usually because Ling speed is delayed and Banelings are delayed, you just skip them. You just avoid them entirely. You wall up on 2 bases and get into roaches. Now, I say roaches, technically 2 base play can be 2 base muta, right? We could see 2 base muta, we could be seeing a 2 base roach all in, or just 2 base roach as an opener and taking a later third. But this will mean that Shin will have the economic lead, as Shin will get the faster third. But now we're settling in, queen production has begun. Oh, that I was not expecting. Okay. He's cooking. Let him cook, Papi, let him cook. This looks like young Yakov might actually invest into Ling speed, and this looks like +1 melee. I'm assuming +1 melee, technically this could be +1 carapace, and it could be like a Ling Ravager all-in, or Ling Roach all-in, but I'm feeling melee. I say that, but that is a second gas geyser. Interesting. What do you have for us? Range. +1 range is on the way. Very early Evo Chamber. This looks like a 2 base all-in. There's no reason to rush into an Evo Chamber or rush into an upgrade this early on without good reason. Now, we mentioned earlier that this was going to be opening up 2 base Roach, and there's the Roach Warren, as we mentioned, but this still looks quite standard. This just looks like 2 base Roach. Little does Shin know that there is a very potent +1 timing on the horizon. +1 is on the way. Meanwhile, across the map we spoke earlier, Shin is getting a third base, droning up, taking that economic advantage. But if Shin is too greedy, if he drones up too much, then he will be vulnerable to this timing, to +1. So the ball is in young Yakov's court, and it's on Shin to scout. Shin is getting his lair, getting his own Roach Warren, taking his gases. Roach production has begun. You can see young Yakov, he's basically on 1.5 base economy, not taking his gases, not fully saturated at the natural, not fully saturated in the main. And it's all or nothing. Young Yakov is going for an all-in. +1 range. It's almost done. It's getting there. And here come those roaches. Meanwhile, Shin, he's still unaware as to what's going on. Shin, he has overlords in position. He will scout the move out. Shin is making safety roaches, thankfully. And here comes the army. And Shin knows. Shin, he now spots, he now confirms. Roach production has begun. Shin, can he defend without spine crawlers? That is the question. Now, what's interesting to me, actually, is that young Yakov is not committed. +1 is finishing up, but he's droning. He's taking gases, he's droning, he's taking a lair. Looks like young Yakov is not really intending to kill his opponent with this move out. Shin getting ready in the main. Queen's in position. We'll soon have a transfuse. And you can see Shin, he is holding on. Up! Transfuse here on the right Roach. And it looks like young Yakov, he is trading well. But with reinforcements, Shin should be fine. Yeah, Shin does hold. But Shin doesn't really have counterattack potential. Shin just now starting a +1 range. No Roach speed. And young Yakov has been droning. Getting up to 2 bases. Overseer does confirm. Does get eyes on the saturation. Does get eyes on the new gases. And you can see young Yakov now getting ready for the second wave. Shin back at home playing it safe. Saturating his third. Oh, there we go. Sorry, my apologies. It's a little bit confused. He's getting into his third base. Building up his roaches. And as the dust does settle, who do I favor in this position? I mean, it's going to be close. Clearly, as we're seeing here, there is an upgrade kind of timing once again for young Yakov with +1 carapace, with +2 range as well. Like, he has a massive upgrade lead. But the economy is what's concerning me. And young Yakov, he is supply blocked. 4 overlords on the way. Shin, getting into 4 gases of his own, droning up, with a better economy that leads into the larger army. So Shin is going to have a larger force, young Yakov is going to have the better upgrades. That's going to be the dynamic between the two armies. That should be the dynamic between the two armies. Yeah, Shin is moving out. You can see he's going for +1. He's going for that timing. Because of this, Shin is actually going to hit before +2 kicks in. Now, young Yakov will still have the better upgrades. He will still have Carapace, that is true, but we spoke about it last game. Carapace is not as impactful. Here we go, Shin does go for the kill. He goes for the third. Takes down a queen, pushing into the roaches. Yeah, and despite the CranKy being in favor of young Yakov, the numbers are in favor of Shin. He's snowballing actually, breaks through the front line of roaches. Does break through. Gets on top of the production, gets on top of the queens. And it's just a numbers game at this point. Young Yakov, he needed more time. He did miss his window. GG gets called, and Shin will tie up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew, let's go. Let us go. Again, I was very shocked and very surprised when young Yakov, he was going for his +1 timing, and then he was droning as he was attacking. Or as he was moving out even before the fight. I was a little bit in shock. I was like, oh, okay, I guess we're not going all in. So when young Yakov didn't kill his opponent, that's where he fell behind. We saw Shin able to take advantage of the better economy, able to build up. And again, it was very important as well that Shin didn't rest on his laurels. It's very important that Shin didn't take extra gases and drone up even further and macro, because otherwise young Yakov would have kicked in with +2. Then he would have been able to stabilize, or at least attempt to stabilize. So Shin able to counterattack, able to punish young Yakov as he was trying to get back up, and with that, GG. We're going to game 3. Going to game 3. Let's go. Meanwhile, just catching up with the chat. Like question, when I use the 10,000 reward replay cast, do I have to send it to you via email, or do you do the cast live? You can send it to us via email or via Discord. If you join our Discord server, then you can just message me on Discord. Otherwise, you can do it via email, whichever you prefer. If you don't use Discord, for example, then don't have to worry about it. Otherwise, we are going to be settling in and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkion. We have our blue Zerg player representing Gaiman Gladiators, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Zerg player. Being forced into the ace match, we'll see if he can bounce back. It is young Yakov. Here we go. As young Yakov is taking his natural, so is Shin. This time, standard opener. If you recall, last game, young Yakov went for a 15-15 into an all-in. This time, hatch first. Hatch first by young Yakov, hatch first by Shin. So far, so good. Here we go. As there's no kind of major sign of aggression yet from our players, but it's been a pretty intense series so far, and I expect someone to pull the trigger at some point. Now, going to be droning, settling in. This should lead into a Bailey Nest, into a third base as well. Things that should be by the book, at least in the early game. Keep an eye on any kind of major deviation. And again, this could go either way. Shin is still the favorite player coming into this, but young Yakov, clearly he can hold his own. Clearly he can pose a threat. Interesting. Okay, so we do see Shin is being a little bit greedy. He doesn't make any lings. So no ling production by Shin. This does mean that Shin will not have a ling scout. It means that he's going to be playing dark. He's going to be playing in the dark, I should say. Meanwhile, young Yakov going with his own lings. Now, this does mean that Shin is going to be up in workers very slightly, but young Yakov will have the safetiness of having the wherewithal of knowing what Shin is up to by getting across the map. Third base is being taken. Lings, they do hit the third. Queen's on the way. And Shin shouldn't lose anything. Bailey Nest has been thrown down. Yakov pulling back. Still joining up. They're just nibbling away at the third base. Shin going for a bit of a later scout. Headed for the natural. Gets eyes on the Bailey Nest. And backs off from there. So both players are fully aware that it's going to be Ling Bane from either player. Oh, that's 14 Lings on the way. Young Yakov, he is going for some earlier aggression. He is going for a Ling Bane counterattack. Roach Warren has been thrown down for both players. Roach Warren for Shin, further back. Lings have arrived. And Shin is making a safety Baneling, just the one. Just the one Baneling for now. There we go, Young Yakov does pull the trigger. 2 more Banelings on the way. Shin does respond, does react. We'll see if Young Yakov can get anything done. Oh, Baneling has arrived. And it gets an okay connection on 3 Lings. 3 Lings go down. Queen's in position as well. So far, Shin is holding on. Has a lot of Banelings morphing in. Banelings targeted down by the Queens. Very nice control out of Shin. He does focus on every single Baneling, and Shin holds. Shin holds. Young Yakov backs off. And now he's amassing roaches. Roach production has begun. Still has saturated somewhat his third. Has been droning. Shin has not. Shin instead focusing on a counterattack. Does get eyes on the Banelings. Roach is moving out as well. Shin playing carefully. Oh, good. Oh, better trade there for Young Yakov. 2-for-1 trade. Takes out 2 Banelings. Oh, but will bleed out a Baneling towards the end. So 2 for 2. Shin rotating around. Young Yakov, he's droning quite heavily, actually. 11 drones on the way. Very heavy droning here out of Young Yakov, and Shin is going for the all-in. Uh-oh. And Young Yakov does not know. He's going for a scout. Moving up with those Lings. Shin hiding his roaches. Some of them are spotted. And it's all or nothing. Here comes the all-in for Shin. And Young Yakov, he droned up to 51. So many workers. The 51 drones, a lair, Evo chamber as well. Spine crawlers are on the way. Young Yakov, he knows he has to try to defend his natural. The third base is going to be a lost cause. Yeah, Young Yakov just droning up a little bit too much. We'll see if he can somehow hold on. It's going to come down to the Banelings. Alas, first Baneling is going to be targeted down. Lings in the mineral line. Drones are going down as well. And Shinny collapses on the main army, takes out a Queen, gets on top of the roaches. Spine crawlers, they're not done. We need more time. The spine crawlers need a little bit more time. As Shinny steps his way into the natural. Spine crawlers now finishing up, but the Banelings, they go for the mineral line. Ooh, they force back the drones. Massive connections. And it looks like Shin has done it. He's caught Young Yakov with his pants down. Again, Young Yakov, he droned up to 51. Too many drones. Too many workers. And Shin does punish him for it. As Ling reinforcements have arrived, Bao's going to be connecting. Queens are falling, and there just aren't enough roaches. GG gets called, and Shin will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. It's one of those things where, in ZVZ, sometimes if you drone, you die. Or I should say that it's very risky to drone up without really knowing if your opponent is doing the same. We saw that Young Yakov, he went for a Ling Scout after he had droned up. After he had gone up to 51 workers, then he Ling Scouted. By then it was too late. By then the damage had been done, and Young Yakov, he had already invested so much lava into his economy, not into his army. He did respond, he did react quite quickly with his spine crawlers, but as we saw, it was still not fast enough. Shin was able to pull the trigger and claim it in the end. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Shin. Very intense series, very dynamic back and forth. Again, Young Yakov was able to at least force the ace match, but did go down in the end. Did go down in the end, and now let's try to catch up on what else has been going on. Exclamation mark. Be in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back yourselves. We have a lot of updates. We have a lot of matches still ongoing. Let's go. Okay, from the top, we have Nickrak. Nickrak takes down Baby Marine 2-1. Again, I did favor Nickrak in that TVT. Did claim it in the end, and now up against Clem in another European Terran versus Terran. Best of luck to Nickrak, but Clem is the heavy favorite to make a deep run, if not win the entire tournament. Best of luck to Nickrak. Scrolling down, we have Gumiho. Gumiho versus Nightmare in a PVT. They are mid-series. Looks like they're still ongoing, as they started by the time we started our series as well. Still going on. Meanwhile, Hero takes down Geralt 2-1. Went to the ace match. A shout out to Geralt. It did take a map, but last Hero did make it through in the end. Did make it through in the end. Meanwhile, we have Bjorn versus his opponent. I think that's Sue. I think. I believe Sue has a different ID on challenge. I'll have to double check. That, but I think that is Sue versus Bjorn, or that could be Rogue actually. Now that I think about it, we'll have to double check. Regardless, they are facing off. They're currently mid-series. Scrolling down, we have MaxPax. MaxPax versus Rex. Rex able to bring down Luna C. Did take down Luna C 2-1 in a best-of-3 series. Now up against MaxPax. We'll see if MaxPax can get his revenge, or if Rex will force another upset. For those that are curious, for those that weren't here, I believe it was in the Kalara Steadfast Roddy tournament last week, where Rex did defeat MaxPax 2-1. Rex, he clowned all over MaxPax. Did bring him down. And we'll see if MaxPax can recover and avenge himself. Meanwhile, scrolling down, we do have some other matches. We have Solar versus Classic, currently in the round of 16. We have Shin, of course, advancing on to the quarterfinals. And we have our potential next series. We're waiting for Trap and Creator to wrap up. We have Trap versus Creator into Shin in the quarterfinals. So Trap versus Creator, they're currently mid-series. They're currently in-game. And we are waiting for that series to wrap up. Waiting for that series. And we will either jump in mid-series into Trap versus Creator, or jump into the winner against Shin. It's going to be one or the other. That is the current plan here on the CranKy Ducklings. Checking some of the other casters. I know there's a lot of coverage going on at the moment. I'm curious if anyone is covering the PvP. Let's double check. We have Inu, who I believe is out of game. We have Bratok, who is... Oh, who's casting Gumiho versus Nightmare. Shout out to Bratok. They're in game 2, and Gumiho is leading 1-0. We have Koka. Who is Koka casting? Meanwhile, Koka is covering... I would imagine he's casting Clem, right? Question mark? Yes. So he's casting Clem versus Nickrak. Clem is up 1-0. And then we have Wardy. Wardy, he's covering, yep, Sue versus Bjorn. Sue is leading 1-0. Let's go. So yeah, I did make that assumption, but Sue, I believe his in-game name is his like his Hangul, the letters correspond with his Hangul letters of his name. So that is Sue. So Sue versus Bjorn, currently mid-series. Korean characters, maybe a better way of putting it. They are mid-series. Oh, and it looks like our players are out of game. Un momento. Okay, Trap and Creator, they just got out of game. Do we have any updates? Do we know what's going on? Here we go. Just very quickly setting things up. They did just get out of the game. We have results. Here we go. We have Trap. Trap takes down Creator 2-1. And now we have our next series. It's going to be Trap versus Shin in the quarterfinals. Let's go. Let us go. Beautiful. So it looks like we need a little bit of time for the vetoes to get underway. And then we'll be jumping into our PVZ. We're getting there. Getting there. SE2 employment. True. It's a great name. For now, we're going to be going in a short break. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some food, go to the bathroom, drain your disruptors, tuck in your Tempest, cuddle your Colossus, and hydrate your Hydras. When we come back, we will have our next series, our PVZ between Trap and Shin. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to Wait, what? Uh-oh. Oh, that's not good. Looks like I'm experiencing a little bit of a bug, so I do apologize here as we are lacking our typical UI. Oh, that's a little bit awkward, but here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Alkione. We have our South Korean Zerg player, the red Zerg. It is for Gaiman Gladiators, Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player. Hold on, can I? Oh, can't even get rid of that. We have for Gen G Esports, it is Trap. Here we go. So I do apologize here. It looks like I'm experiencing a weird bug on the Korean server. Because of that, I don't have the typical UI that I would expect. I will try to fix that out of game. It's possible that maybe the settings were reset, like to default. It is possible here. Hold on. They're not reset. Hold on, you can see yourselves. You can see here, Pro 2020, like that is correct. That is the observer interface that should be showing, and it's not. So, yeah, do have a weird bug, and because of that, we'll just have to make do. Feels Korean server, man. Shaking my head. But again, it should be fixed up for the next game. I am a little bit concerned. I might have to restart my clients in order to fix it. Sometimes that does kind of resolve those issues. But for now, we're settling in. For now, we are going to be settling in. It is going to be a hatch gas pool from our Zerg player. Likewise, we do have our initial gate expand by our Protoss. Here we go. So we do have our standard setups. It might just be better if I... Hold on. If I do this and this, yeah. Oh, I need to keep the logo though. I'll do that for now. It's a little bit messy. It's a little bit messy. We'll make do. For now, this is going to be the initial Stargate opener here out of Trap. Stargate into Oracle. Standard opener. Meanwhile, across the map, we do have Shin setting up, looking to take his third. It is going to be delayed by the pylon, but shouldn't be delayed for too much longer. I am a little bit concerned that we're going to be entering a longer game state, just because we're on Alkione. This is known for longer, later games, just because the third base is more secure. The fourth base is secure as well. And that means that look, we might see some late game here with this scuffed UI. Which I'm a little bit concerned by, but it'll be fine. We'll get through it. We'll get through it together. Together, man. Together. So now Shin is running up. I can't even set the score, right? Oh. Speaking of score, predictions now open. My apologies, but predictions now open in the chat. A little bit late here, but I was just a little bit caught off guard by what was going on. Do you find the normal replay setups more easier to navigate for replays only? Okay. Not for me. As the devs say, do get into the mineral line, getting a drone kill. Just the one drone so far. Oh, not quite getting the second. Just 2 drones for the time being. Oracles, they hit the naturals. So far, so good. 3 drone kills for the adepts. The Oracle does get away. 4 drones go down. And our players will back off. Again, I'm hoping the issue fixes itself after this game. If not, I will have to restart. We'll see. As the second Oracle has arrived, third Oracle's on the way. So far, the third base should be secure. Trap is safe. And Shin will have to back off. Shin will have to retreat from here. Oh! At least 9 the Oracles. Protecting his third. But the scroll is a little bit... Yeah, it's feeling a little bit weird as well. That's fine. As from here, Trap is going to be transitioning. We do have a Forge on the way, Twilight Council +1, and soon to be, I imagine, Blink on the horizon. Can go into charge. Lings, they're looking to try and hit the third base, and they will get a surround. Yeah, Depth's getting called out. But most of them will survive. So far, so good. Trap is keeping up. Anyone else not feeling the confidence in his voice? Oh, I'm just concerned. I'm just concerned that the next game is going to be broken as well. Just concerned, Patty. As Oracles do hit the fourth, trying to force a cancel. So far, Shinny should be able to maintain the fourth base. There we go. Is going to get up and running. Will be able to defend. Lings likewise knocking down those rocks, trying to get eyes on, trying to get on top of that would-be fourth. And Shin even double expanding. Does make sense, especially after the earlier losses. We'll take the fourth and the fifth at the same time. And behind this, I believe he did not throw down a Roachborn. Yeah, it is going to be Ling into Hydra, into Lurker Tech. Shin being a little bit greedy, but he's not going to be punished. As the trap did open up Blink. Not charge. I say that, my apologies. Wait. God damn it. I wanted to see the structures, as we do have 6 gateways on the way. Proxy 4th gate was attempted. Oh, sorry, 7th gate even. So it does force a recall. Gases have not been taken, and no 4th base either. Yeah, Trap is going for a 3-base all-in, but he's delayed. So basically what's happening, Trap is going for 8 gateways, but now taking his gases. Very late gases here by Trap. His aggression has been denied. And Shin is looking to shut him down completely. Yeah, Lings a flood in, coming in for the surround. Looks like Trap should be able to warp in time. He will be able to defend. Yeah, defends his third base. But the shortcuts aren't working. That's what I was referring to. Not like this. As you can see, Shin is checking, still no 4th. Again, there was no initial plan to get a 4th base, which is why there is none. The all-in did fail. Trap trying to work his way out of that. Getting to charge, into +1. Into armor. Thanks once again, delay. And Shin, he's getting out of hand. He's getting out of control. Now into Ling Hydra. Oh, he's got the horny Hydras. Let's go. Hydras are amassing. Ling's still denying the expansion. They take down the Zealots and the Nexus itself. And honestly, Shin doesn't even need to go into Lurkers. From here, he can just embrace Lingbane Hydra, max out and push. And we'll see if that's what he goes for. No Infestation Pit. No Hive Tech. Yeah, just purely Lingbane Hydra. Baneling speed is on the way. Trap building up, just now expanding, finally taking his 4th. Finally is taking his expansion. And Trap is going to try to gain some ground here, but there's plenty of Lingbane behind this. Yeah, said Rogue. Shinny does crash in. Takes down the main army. Baling's walling into the mineral line. No reaction! No response! The probes go down. 13 probe kills. Ay. Not like this. And we mentioned before that, alas, Trap, he was committed to an all-in. It did fail. He's been trying to work his way out of it. Mineral line goes down. 4th base is denied. And now he's forced into a bit of a lesser all-in. It's all or nothing for Trap, but we have plenty of reinforcements. Shin will clean this up, will shut this down, takes down the Zealots, the Archons, and whatever is left. What little is left here for Trap. Shin isn't taking up, he doesn't need to. Still just keeping up with the Zealots. course, stepping back. And these aren't the most efficient trades here by Shin, trading Hydras for Stalkers and Hydras for Archons, but it's fine. GG gets called, and Shin will take game number 1. GG. Does take the first game. Again, winding it back. I do apologize for not reading it earlier, but I actually couldn't look at the structures tab. God damn it. Couldn't actually check. But GG in the end, of course. Trap did attempt to go for an 8-gate 3-base all-in with Mass Blink Stalker. If you remember, he was trying to get his gateway set up in the center of the map. It was denied. The Link Flood did surround him, did catch him off guard. And after the failed all-in, Trap, he was struggling to recover. He had no gases behind it. He had no tech. He had no expansion. Did try to, but again, Shin was so quick to punish him. And with that, GG. GG well played. A very powerful performance there out of Shin. And now we're getting into game number 2. And we'll see if the UI issue has resolved itself or if it hasn't. Oh, thank God. Let's go. I was concerned I would have to restart, but it looks like the UI bug is fixed. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Dynasty, we have the red Zerg player, the South Korean Zerg representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Protoss player representing Genji Esports. It is Trap. Oh, that's not it. Beautiful. Here we go. Oh, look! Oh, it's crazy. Look, structures, upgrades, product. It's crazy. I can finally see. As Shin, he's opening up with the proxy hatchery on the other side of the wall. Of course he is. We're loading into Dynasty now. Quickly going over the map. Shin is one of the few Zerg players, if not the only Zerg player in the world that does not veto Dynasty, period. Even in best of threes. He's crazy. He's absolutely insane. This is a very commonly vetoed map. The reason you wouldn't veto this is to go into a roach all-in. The problem, though, with this is that this is very played out, very common, and very easy to scat as well. Trap is aware. If you saw Trap, he did get eyes on the hatchery being taken on the other side. This should be for the fast, high-yield gas geyser, and this should be into roaches. Trap, of course, I'm sure has been in this position, and we'll see how Trap decides to punish this, as Trap is going for his own goal. So it's a risky maneuver here by Shin. Very risky. We'll see if it pays off. As he's rallying over towards the gold. Quack, oh, hello, Tortuga. Hello. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Ya, papi, ya. Bienvenidos. Buenos días. Buenas noches. Anda, mi milpa. ¿Qué estás haciendo? Tortuga. As for now, Trap is just settling in, standard opener. Should be leading into a Stargate. Meanwhile, Shin, for now, he's still just saturating. Ooh, pulling out a gas. Not taking the high yield. That's 10 Lings on the way. Is looking to gain map control. And I'm curious when and if Shin does pull back into gas. That does move out. Threatening the main. More Lings are amassing. They're splitting up between their bases. Ooh, third base is delayed, but nice around. It should fall. Ooh, just barely. Adept is cleaned up. Second Adept arrives. Behind this, Shin still droning. Just making a safety amount of Lings. And it's still not pulled into gas. Okay. Yeah, opting not to pull into gas. Link speed about to kick in. He can shut down these Adepts. We'll get one. Should get both. And it comes in for this round. Locks down the Adept. Gains map control. Moving out across the map. Back at home, it's going to be the Stargate opener into Oracle. So far, so good by Trap. And Lings, they will threaten the main. They at least force the activation of the Pulsar Beam. Keeping the Oracle pin back at home. Keep him pinned. Shin now taking his gases, now pulling back in. And is this for Ling Hydra, or is this for Roach production? I feel like we would have already seen a Roach Warren by now. Shin respects the Oracle. More Lings amassing. And he's still making more Lings. I mean, it makes sense, especially with the high yield minerals. He's diving back in. Getting a probe. Pulling away. Lair is in production. The other option here would be Spire play, like Ling into Mutas. But I'm leaning more towards Hydras for now. Some more Lings have arrived. Shin going for the third. Coming in for the surround. Gets a decent surface area on that Stalker. The Stalker does fall. Zelts as well. Ling's trying to force her way into the main. She's getting the one at depth. Extra gas is being taken. Show us the Hydras. As Elise Trap keeps the third base alive. Baneling Nest on the way. So far again, Trappy's holding on. We'll get his third. There's that Hydrogen finally being thrown down. So just like the previous game, it's going to be Lingbane Hydra from Shin. And this time, Trap is not going for an all-in. At least doesn't look to be the case. Getting up to 6 gateways. Link's moving out once again. Shin shouldn't be engaging. There we go. Does retreat for now, building up his Hydras. We can see Trap moving out. Still waiting for his wing to finish up, though. Oracles hit the mineral line. Again, whenever I see these Hydras, I think of, like, moose. Like, they have just massive antlers. It's insane. They look heavy as well. It feels like the Hydras are like their heads are about to make them topple over. It's crazy. Carlos now moving out. Shin making his way across the map, cutting workers at 50 on 3-base saturation, just under 3-base saturation even. And we'll see if he can break that expansion, if he can break the gold. Stasis Trap is triggered. Shin pulling away. Stutter stepping forward. Yeah, with the power of these Hydras, he can get within range of the mineral line. Shield batteries going down, probes as well. Stalker's being kept at bay by the Lings. And Shin is able to take the better trade, but that Stalker count is getting higher. It's building up. 3 Oracles to support. Shin has to back off. Does regroup. Shin was able to punish the expansion at least somewhat. Coming back in. At the same time, getting up a massive amount of Banelings. Banelings are on the way. They are spotted by the Stalkers. Stasis Trap's going up. One Stasis behind this, gets baited out once again. And Shin just forcing a fight out in the open. Yeah, brutal losses here for Trap, leading out more Stalkers. Colossus production well underway. The first Colossus has arrived. But here come the Banelings. And they're rolling in. Ooh, they barely do not connect. Stasis goes off. Nice snipe on the Robo. Hydras, they have the Concave. Overcharge goes off. Has to be respected. Shin backs off as well. And he's trying to get onto that final Colossus. He's so close. Gets a volley off. Doesn't bring it down. Oh, Stasis going off once again. The Colossus is getting low. Shin apparently will not get it. And Shinny's running out of steam. Expensive losses here. Hydras are going down. Shinny had to end the game earlier. He's been all in this entire time. No drones behind this, no fourth expansion. Bailings, they do crash in. Not bad. 12 drone kills. 12 probes full. And Shin is just now taking gas, is just now droning. But his saturation is, it's so delayed. He's on 46 drones. He's on 46 workers, just now droning, and I have to favor Trap here. Trap, he's defended, he's stabilizing. Getting into additional Colossus. We see Shin trying to work towards Lurker tech. Still on 3 hatcheries. Desperately needs a 4th base. And again, that Colossus was clutch. This Colossus has kept Trap alive and is winning in this game. He defend the natural. Shut down the Ling Hydra. Getting his own 4th at the same time as the Zerg player. So Trap still ahead. And Shin is in a rough position. Now, there is a world. There is a world where Shin, he can embrace lurkers as quickly as possible and defend, right? He can defend, he can try to turtle, do like his best Terran impression and just wall up. Just wall up, just turtle up, and try to build up a critical mass of lurkers. Outside of that, it's going to be a tough game here for Shin. Speaking of lurkers, they have morphed in. These are Lair Tech lurkers, no upgrades. But without them, he would just topple over and die. Like, Trap could just walk over his army. So the Lair Tech lurkers are necessary. Server goes down, lurkers are spotted. Now, upon seeing these lurkers, Trap has to make a choice. He can either throw down a Fleet Beacon and start working towards Stargate and Sky Toss, or he can throw down a second Robo and go into a Mass Immortal. It looks like he's going for the second Robo. He's going for the Ground Toss response. We'll see if he can pull it off. It does mean an earlier push for Trap. Getting into Disruptors for now. Trap is moving out. Likewise, though, Shin is going for fast Vipers. He's still trying to drone up, saturating his 4th, still undersaturated. He's on how many lurkers so far? 9, soon to be 12. 12 lurkers for Shin. Is there lag? It's just bad routing to the Korean server, unfortunately. It's just the Korean server. It's why the game is more smooth whenever we cast on Europe or America. It's just a routing issue. Well, what can we do? What can we do? Oh! As we do get the yoinks! We get 1! We get 2! 2 Colossus. Oh, 1 Colossus going down, the other barely does survive. So DT does waddle in. Trap pulling back. And Shin, I mean, so far he's done it. We spoke earlier, but Shin, he was able to get up to Mass Lurker. He's maxed out. Doesn't have the best economy, but he has a comparable army. And again, Trap, he made the choice not to get into Sky Toss. Lurkers, they do burrow in. Vipers coming in as well. Looking for more abductions. Nova goes up. Up! Massive connections! Oof, the Novas, they were brutal. And with no abductions to counter them. Viper's trying to get in position. Lurker's pushing forward. It's how many? It's 2 Disruptors and 2 Colossus. Oh, nice feedback. 1 Viper left. 1 Viper remaining. Lurker's gaining ground. Sniping a High Templar. Yoinks 1 Disruptor. 1 Disruptor left. Going for the Colossus, gets 1. Still 1 remaining. Shin, he's gaining ground. Nice force fields. Shin instead rotating towards the right-hand side, getting into the mineral line. And cannons are falling. 4th base is exposed. And it looks like Shin will knock it down. At the same time, Trap going for a counterattack. The Viper! No! Viper gets sniped. Massive pickup. Viper falls with the Lurkers. They do reign supreme. Fourth base goes down, now making his way towards the third. Trap going for a counterattack instead, trying to catch reinforcements. Trap is moving out. Likewise, Shin pushing in towards the gold. And he's going for a base trade. It's just a full-on base trade here for Trap. It's all or nothing. Just sending everything across the map, going for the natural, going for the fourth. And Shinny turns around. Oh. Does turn back around. Lurkers are exposed. And Lurkers are getting picked off. This is probably the best fight that Trap could have hoped for, but more Lurkers are arriving. High just a little bit late to respond. 33 drone kills. More workers, they're rallying in. And Shin will clean this up, but at what cost? Zalse recall back home. Trappy pulls away with his immortals. Does preserve most of them. It gets 35 drone kills. And Shin still maintains his army. Sorry, Trap still maintains his main army. The Colossus, the immortals. I do worry for Shin. Still has the Vipers though. Can still abduct. Or even Blinding Cloud. Gonna be collapsing in. Vipers popping up, getting one, getting two. Catching two immortals. Still more abductions left. Oh my god, stasis does go off. Trap trying to get another expansion. Does get the Colossus. And no more Colossus or Disruptors. Massive Storm though. Who needs them when you have Storm? Yeah, Storms are popping up and it looks like Trap's gonna try and break through. Mainly with Immortal. Stasis does run out. Hydra's pushing forward. Trying to force the army within range. And Lurker's pulling back. Behind this, Shin is long distance mining. He has no economy. He's completely all in. And as the game goes longer, as the game progresses, it's getting better and better for Trap. Time is working against Shin. If the Vipers had energy, then maybe. Oof. Oh my god, as the Hydras, they melt. Hydras get annihilated. They snipe the Observer. Lurker's pushing forward. GG gets pulled. Shin, he runs out of steam. Trappy takes game number 2. And we're going to the ace match. Whew. GG, well played. We are going to game 3. Again, just a very aggressive game there out of Shin, going for the initial Ling Hydra all-in off of 3 bases, then getting to a 4th, and he was able to hold his own. He was able to max out. I mean, we saw a moment there definitely where Trap, he couldn't really engage with the main army. If he tried to, he would have lost, so instead he went for the base raid. He crippled the economy, what little economy there was left for Shin, and took it from there. GG. GG, well played. We'll see if Shin can bring it back here in the ace match, or if Trap can bring it home. Can keep that momentum going and claim the series. Let's go. We're getting into game number 3, the ace match. Here we go. Where are Trap's traps? Oh, I mean, they went off. They went off. They did go off eventually. They got there. I really enjoy your stream with your persistence and consistency. I know you'll reach the top. Keep up the great work. Love to collaborate and share some cool ideas with your channel. Let's chat on Discord. Oh, thank you, Poppy. Thank you. Thank you, Gilgem. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate the support. We're doing what we can. I mean, we've been casting for years at this point. I am proud of what we've been able to build together here on the CranKy Ducklings. I'm proud. But here we go, we're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is Shin. And spawning in the bottom, or in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Genji Esports. It is Trap. No, not like this. When it comes to our next match, there is a chance it's going to be on the Korean server, unfortunately. Personally, if all goes well, hopefully we have some more EU versus Korean series, and we can have some smooth games on NA. But if we do continue here on Korea, I will have to try to turn on a VPN. So the frames are dropping in game. Smooch. Now we're settling in. It is going to be hatch gas pull here by Shin. Standard opener. Likewise, Trap across the map, just going for a gate expand into Cybercore. So far, so good. But yeah, especially because it was a little bit unstable in the last game, I did try to connect to a different node. Clearly that is worse. As my latency in-game is spiking much harder. Unfortunately, I can't connect when I'm in-game, because that will just disconnect me. So, yeah, smooch. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. We will endure. We will persist. It's all good. We'll be here for the finale. But I do apologize. As for now, it is going to be a Stargate opener. Stargate here out of Trap. Stargate into Oracle. Likewise, Shin back at home, just standard opener, getting into a third base. And I imagine working towards Ling Hydra again. We're loading into Ghost River. Ghost River is known for its aggression. It's known for how short the map is in general. Very short rush distance by ground. As a result, all-ins are a little bit more commonplace. All-ins can hit quite hard. Third is now being taken. And Trap is mixing it up. Interesting, going for the Void Ray, not for the Oracle. It's going to be the Void Ray opener here out of Trap. We'll see where Shin does take this. Now, with the initial Void Ray, this can lead into, say, a Fleet Beacon, into a second Stargate, and Fast Carrier or Tempest. This could also just lead into a standard game, or even something crazy like a faster Twilight Council before the Nexus. Our eyes are going to be on Trap here, as the Void Ray does move out, hunting down the Overlords. Ling's dipping in, running into the Adepts. And Trap, looks like he will expand. He will take a third. Will take his third base. Void Ray dipping in, catching an Overlord, forcing Shin back. And with the Fast Evo Chamber, I imagine this should be for +1 melee to once again flood into Mass Ling, into Hydra. We'll see if he does something crazy and goes into +1 range instead. Meanwhile, Trap's still just expanding. Forge Twilight Council follow-up into +1. I would imagine charge, but we'll see if he goes into Blink. As Lings will threaten a dive, Oracles move out. As they move out, Lings move in. Alas, plenty of Adepts in position. And it is going to be the Roach Warren instead. Interesting. Roach Warren, not a Hydra Den. At least for now, for Shin. Roach Warren's on the way. Going to be leading into, of course, Roach production. This could be for an all-in. We'll see if Shin does cut workers. For now, he's on 53, soon to be up to 60 drones. Is heavily supply blocked. Ooh, 6 Overlords on the way. Oh. getting into his Overlord production. Droning up, taking a fourth. We'll see if he actually saturates the fourth base, more importantly. He is somewhat droning up. Ling's a threat in the third. Trap thinking about expanding. Was moving at his probe. Is going to be Blink initially into Archon production. Temple Archives on the way. Working towards Storm. Trap is getting there. And Shin, he's still not droning up too heavily, just now taking his gases. Gases are being taken. Shin is droning up. Lings, they threaten a dive. They won't get much done. Once again, just poking in, making sure there is no fourth expansion. Wait, what? Okay. For a moment there, I just realized the Trap, he's been on 2 gateways the entire time, just now getting to a gateway explosion, getting up to 8 gateways. Building up. I was a little bit confused. The Lings, they hit the third. 6 drone kills, not bad. Crippling the economy. Shin is taking up, working towards Hydras, working towards Hive Tech as well. Shin does move out. But this is curious. The latency or the frame drops that you're seeing in game, they're not affecting the players. It's just my personal connection to the Korean server. Smooch. Just as a heads up for those that are maybe new to the channel. Feels bad, man. Feels Korean server, man. Behind this, Shin, he's getting up to 82 workers, is getting maxed essentially, embracing his late game into Hydra Lurker. But before Lurker Tech really kicks in, Trap, there's a window here. He can push in. Storm is ready. Storm is ready for Trap. Shin backing up. Getting ready for a surround. Can he get on top of the High Templar? It's going to be close. Again, no Lurker production whatsoever. Just Ling Hydra. Trap forcing his way through. Storm will connect. Ling's coming in from behind. Alastair catching reinforcements. Catching them Archons. But it looks like Trap may just have too much. Again, the window here was so small, so crisp. Storm's going to be connecting, but Trap is actually running out of steam. There's a couple of Storms left. They connect with some of the Hydras. Ling's trickling in. The slideshow presentation. As we're running out of High Templar, there's 2 Archons left, but Trapkey keeps going. He has broken through. The Storms were good enough. Reinforcements kick in. And unfortunately, Shin just was unable to embrace those Lurkers. Again, the Lurker Den did finish, but too little too late for Shin. Zelsei busts into the main. Archons busting into the mineral line. The main army heads towards the third, catching roaches. Again, Shin, he gets caught with his pants down. Barely not ready. These roaches are too little too late. GG gets called, and Trap will take the series at 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Again, I do apologize for the slideshow towards the end there, but we'll see if we do end up going to a different server. Trap will advance on, and we're heading over to the Americas, as up next we have Trap versus MaxVax. Thank God. So you won't have to experience that slideshow anymore. But yeah, that is the downside of whenever we cast Korean events, like this event, like KSL, like Kung Fu Cup as well, is just how unstable the Korean server is. So I do apologize. But regardless, GG, well played. Congratulations here to Trap. Again, winding it back a little bit. Shin did take a long time to drone. He was staying on a bit of a lower worker count and a higher Ling count for a long time. He wasn't really achieving too much. Because of that, he did fall behind economically, and his tech was delayed as a result. He was working towards lurkers, of course, as we saw, but he was skipping out on roaches. We saw roaches at the end because he was forced to make them, but he didn't make any safety roaches early on. And these move outs can hit real hard real quick. They can catch you off guard because it takes seconds to move out from natural to natural on Ghost River. You have very little time to react, very little time to respond. Once Shin realized what was happening, once he realized the trap was moving out, it was too little too late. Too little too late. There just was not enough time to actually build up an army to protect his Hydras. He only had Ling Hydra, and even with the surround, you saw that Ling Hydra just melts before charge out Archon Storm. It's a very fragile unit composition and does crumble real quick without any kind of backbone or without a buffer. I'm referring to either lurkers or roaches, right? Roaches just to support and to soak some of those storms and to force out the storms as well, or lurkers behind it to zone away the High Templar. Either one. I mean, there's more to it, right? If the game goes on longer, sure, ultras come into play or brood lords, but in that kind of game state, you're stuck with, you know, either roaches or lurkers, or maybe a higher Baneling count as well. There are other ways to deal with it. Regardless, GG. GG, well played. Trap will take the series, and now we're getting ready for... we're getting ready for the lower semis, but I think we are not. So both semis are casted. For those who are curious, both semifinals are casted, which means we will be waiting for Wardy. I believe Wardy is mid-series. I think he's casting Clem. Let me just double check. No, sorry, he's casting Hero. God, he's on the Korean server. God damn it. But it looks like Wardy is casting Hero, which means, and he's in game 1. He's in game 1 of Hero versus Byeon. That most likely means that we are going to be casting game 2 of Hero versus Byeon, and potentially game 3. We're going to be focusing on that series, and then we'll be casting Max Specs versus Trap, I believe. Oh, wait, did they just finish? It's weird that the Korean server has more issues than EU. It's specifically routing issues. It's not ping related. It's a little bit different. So it's not necessarily a latency thing, it's a routing issue, unfortunately. Basically there was a patch, I want to say like a year ago, maybe less than 12 months, but there was a patch that did kind of impact certain connections to certain servers on Battle.net, and that is one of the impacts, one of the things that did occur. But we are jumping in mid-series. We're jumping into game number 2, and spawning into the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have the European Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is a Clem. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Streamer Zone. It is Nightmare. It's Streamer Zone, right? I have to double check that. The exact name. Yeah, Streamer Zone. There we go. But we are jumping into game number 2. We're jumping in mid-series. Predictions are now open in the chat. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Ooh, as Clem is setting up for a proxy. And look how smooth it is. Ah, it's beautiful. It's so smooth. But Europe has its own problems. I know... I think it's Yaku. There are some, depending on what country you're in, Europe can be really rough as well. Routing wise, I mean. Smooth. For now, Clem going for his initial proxy racks, going for, I imagine, a bunker as well on the low ground. SCV soon to dive in. And this is designed to get an economic edge early on here for Clem, to give him a bit of an economic advantage. SV is kept away, is now spotted, and here comes the bunker. Up! The bunker has been placed, and the goal here is, if it can finish, for the Reaper to move down to deny mining at the mineral line for as long as possible. The SCV can of course repair. Second probe has arrived, and so far so good. Nightmare, he zones away the SCV. Reaper does arrive, Zealot pops out. Thankfully, Nightmare to go for the safety Zealot. Clem does get the first probe. Wait for the second. Oh, gets 2 probe kills. Meanwhile, at the same time, the SCV is zoned away and the bunker is denied. Again, that could have been so much worse. But the bunker is cancelled and Nightmare holds. Nightmare does hold, he does defend. And will force Clem out. Back at home, Clem opening up double gas, going to a factory, going to a starport follow-up. Big delay on this. Actually, very big delay. Does Clem turn this into a 1-base all-in? Okay, CC. Okay, he's going for a delayed command center. There we go, CC's on the way. Clem is expanding, but is quite committed. He's quite committed here with his early game aggression just because of how late his expansion is going to be, and because he didn't really deal much economic damage. He killed 2 probes. Oh, did I say 2? Soon to be 3. 3 probes go down. Reapers, they dive into the main. Headed for the mineral line. Getting another probe. Getting another 4 probe kills. And honestly, that's pretty necessary damage. Considering how late the expansion is for Clem, it's so important that he was able to get those workers. 6 probes in total. And we'll see if Nightmare can get much done with his counterattack. He's moving out with his Stalkers. Setting up back at home with the Twilight Council. He is moving out. I live in Australia, get ping problems on the EU server. That's a little bit different. High latency is different to unstable latency. Like, high ping doesn't affect casting, right? Like, I can have like 300 ping and it's fine. Like, everything is still smooth. It's different from playing. But Cyclones, they get into the main, going for the mineral line. Oh, not bad, getting 3 probe kills. Stalkers likewise busting into the main as well. Boys being pulled. Oh, that's going to be 6 probes across the map. Stalker goes down. The Cyclones are getting out of hand. They're getting out of control. There's 1 Stalker left, 0 Stalkers left. And the entire mineral line is compromised. Meanwhile, across the map, sure, we're losing some workers, but that's only 3 SCVs. That pales in comparison, forcing a recall. And Clammy snowballing out of control already. 12 probe kills. Ay, 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 getting 13. 13 probes. Looking at 14. And back at home, Clem happily mining, taking his natural. He can mule to his heart's content. Just mule up from here. See how Clem can respond. Yeah, just for now pulling back. I mean, there's no reason to stick around. He's going to save his Cyclones. Getting into his 3-1-1 setup and building up his tanks, working towards Stim. And these 2 MVP Cyclones between them got so much damage. 16 kills in total between the 2 of them. And Nightmare only got 2 workers, 2 SCVs. Behind this, getting into 2-gate Blink, should be taking a 3rd. Doesn't really have the production to really sustain much aggression. Gas is now being taken. And the pressure is now on Nightmare to try to bounce back. He's going for a Bay before the 3rd. That'll be for Colossus production. But he needs to get more done. Does oh god. Does threaten the tanks, but doesn't get them. Stalker goes down. I mean, this is the problem with Amphion. Nightmare can't really threaten the main, like you would on another map like Site Delta, for example, or Alkyone, or Oceanborn. Because of the terrain, these tanks, they can defend both the ramp here, or the cliff here, the cliff face towards the left, and the ramp on the right. The Blink Stalkers can't get much done. Nightmare, he is pinned back. Here comes the first Colossus. First Colossus is on the way. And with it, he can try to muster up a defense. It's possible. Can try to pull it off. Till then, though. They're moving out. Pushing across the map. And Clem from here can just stutter step forward. The Colossus has right there's the overcharge. With the help of the overcharge, Nightmare, he can try to hold on, but the tanks say siege up, Colossus goes down, and that's all that we had left. The natural base has been broken. The overcharge is not going to be good enough. Zealots, they do trickle in. Oh, there's 3 Zealots left. They do force some friendly fire. And it looks like Nightmare can barely hold on. Just barely. There's 3 Marauders. There's still 3 Marauders. Oh my god. The kiting. Clem achieving so much with so little. He will eventually be forced back. But reinforcements have arrived. Clem, he wants to end the game here and now. He knows how close he is to breaking Nightmare. And mine just going off. Tank did fall, but the third base, likewise, is going to be focused down. Clem still just rallying across the map. From here, he can stim. He can win. Ah. Catching all the Zealots, Mine just going off, taking down the sentries, and GG gets called. Clem will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. GG, well played. Again, it came down to the initial Cyclone drop. The Cyclones, they got so much economic damage. They got 16 worker kills between the two of them, or I should say 16 kills between the two of them, workers and stalkers as well, alike. And alas, Clem did snowball out of control. Nightmare, the pressure was on him to try to recover, try to do some counter damage, but because of the map itself, there was no easy way to get into a mineral line or get into the main base to try to pick away at some workers. Clem was quite safe, he was quite secure, and he snowballed out of control from there. GG. GG, well played. With that, we have our first 3 semi-finalists. We have, from the very top here, we have a Clem. Clem, of course, is waiting for the winner of Bjorn and Hero. Oh, I do need to move this over. Yeah, there we go. Actually, I can just do this. There we go. We're getting there. But Clem, he's waiting for the winner of Hero and Beyond. Meanwhile, towards the bottom half of the bracket, we have Max, Pax, and Trap. They are still waiting for this series to begin. Again, we are currently waiting for Hero and Beyond to wrap up. Waiting for that quarterfinals match to complete, and then we can begin the semifinals. Again, Max, Pax versus Trap, and Clem versus either a Protoss or a Terran player. Which exactly, yet to be determined. Let's try to double check. Oh, they're still in game 1. Yeah, it looks like they're still in game 1. So we're heading over to the Korean server, and we will try to get into game 2 of Hero and Beyond. We'll try to get in. We'll do our best. So because that looks like we will have a little bit of downtime while we wait for that series to open up. And that means we have 4 matches left, or I guess 4 series left. We have Hero versus Beyond, then the upper semis, lower semis, and the grand finals. The grand finals thereafter. So we'll try to jump in. When it comes to Game 1, again, that's being casted by Wardy. He's currently covering the initial game. And they're currently mid-series. They're in Game 1 on Oceanborn. Looks slightly in favor of Hero. Actually, heavily in favor of Hero. Hero's he's denying expansions. Oh, the economy is pretty crippled. Yeah. I took a moment to, like, have a look at what's going on, and things are looking a little bit bleak for Beyond. We'll see if we can bounce back. Best of luck. Best of luck to Beyond. Meanwhile, a shout out to Thriving GG. God, thank you so much, Thriving, for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. And welcome, everyone. Welcome to the Wardy TV Monday. We're nearing the end of the broadcast. We have wrapped up the round of 32, the round of 16, and most of the quarterfinals. We're getting ready for the semis. We're getting ready for it. For the time being, though, we are waiting for Hero and Beyond to finish up Game 1. So Hero versus Beyond, they're currently in Game 1. And once things open up, or once they wrap up the first game, we can jump into Game 2 and finish the series. So thank you so much, Thriving. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time. When it comes to the Zerg enjoyers out there, I do apologize, but there are no Zerg players left in the tournament, which is what we're used to. It is going to be purely Terran and Protoss moving forward. We did cast as many Zerg games as possible previously, though, leading into the semis. That's usually what we do while we can. Then we embrace the Protoss and the Terran. That's how we do here. But otherwise, we have some downtime. So we're going to be going on a short break. Zerg, Cabal, and Smoke break. Kappa. They're on Smoge break. Oh. But it looks like we have... Looks like we do have a game. I believe Hero is leading 1-0. I believe. I mean, I didn't quite catch the tail end of the game, so I'm guessing just based on what was happening in the game itself. We'll ask. God damn it. I was like, Hero 1-0, and then Hero's like, okay. That doesn't answer my question. Hero's like, yeah, sure. I'm up. I have confirmation he is. He is up in the series. God, it's the Hero. God damn it. It's like, sure, Pappy, whatever you say. It's like, but I need to know. I need to know the answer. Alright, we're jumping in. Game 2 is going to be taking place on Alkion. Let's go. Here we go. Did we miss game 1 or was it super quick? We missed game 1. Did miss game 1. By making Nightmare look like a tier 3 player. I mean, Nightmare is a really strong player, and we have seen Nightmare defeat Clem before as well, but a lot of it did come down to the early economic damage. It isn't something that's very clearly visible at times, but especially in the early game, if you do take too much economic losses, then you do fall behind, and you don't actually get to really see that until the game plays out for another couple of minutes, where the economy kicks in for your opponent, right? Where your opponent's economy really kicks in, then suddenly the supply disparity is quite large. It just suddenly gets larger and larger just because of the better economy, and it just snowballs from there. So it's one of those things where even though Clem's move out was very impressive and did break his opponent, the game was more so kind of decided earlier by the Cyclone drop. The pressure at that point was on Nightmare to try to get some counter damage and wasn't quite able to. It kind of set Clem up for success. And now we're getting into game 2 of our final quarterfinals match, and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Alkion, and we have our South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the red Terran, representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Bjorn. And if you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Bjorn is down currently against Hero, but he had a very long macro game. It was like a 25-minute game against Hero on Oceanborn. Did go the way of Hero in the end. We'll see if Bjorn can bounce back. Again, Hero was on vacation. He did take a break after EWC, so he has been taking some time off. We'll see how Hero... I mean, Hero, he's been kind of, you know, shaking off the rust, and he's been looking good, but not the peak Hero that he was known for during EWC. We'll see if Hero can kind of reclaim that kind of role and reclaim his place as the best Protoss in the world here. As one SCV. That should not have happened, by the way. One SCV goes down. That should not be happening. Bjorn, he's a little bit sad. He's a little bit upset. It's a rough start for Bjorn. The mental's being broken. The smudge has begun. ... He wants another. He shouldn't get one. He shouldn't have gotten the first one, to be honest. But Hero being as annoying as possible, tasing away at the SCVs. Bjorn going for the CC on the high ground, and Hero does confirm. And behind this, Bjorn, of course, is getting into a CC, going into his factory, going for an economic opener. I say an economic opener, it's a bit of a safer opener with the CC on the high ground. Will be a delayed expansion, as it has to float down. And Hero just chilling. Just chilling back at home. Settling in. Wrong banners? Oh. Were the banners wrong? Oh, that is... Wait, what? Why is it showing Shin? Oh. Hold on. That is a little bit odd. Yeah, kind of weird. Okay, hopefully that fixes itself in the next game. Regardless, we're settling in. Yeah, you know who it is. As behind this, Hero does open up Stargate into Phoenix. So going to be Phoenix-based opener out of Hero. This is more economic. It allows us to get into a third base, more macro-oriented. Maybe that's a better way of putting it. When you open up Stargate like this, though, you do leave yourself vulnerable to early game aggression, but Bjorn is unaware. Bjorn, no SCV scout, no Reaper scouts. Bjorn is in the dark as to what's going on, so he doesn't know that he could have otherwise tried to punish Hero. As the Phoenix count is building up back at home. And likewise, Bjorn moving out with a drop. Not just a drop, we have Cyclones to support as well. There is potential. There is potential with this army. Adepts moving out at the same time. Keeping Beyond busy, forcing him back. Yeah, he has to turn back around, he has to respect the Adepts. And this is buying time for Hero to build up more Phoenixes. You can even go for the lift. You can go for the Cyclones. Cyclones, it will zone away for now. Hero backing up. Hero does retreat. Robo's on the way. This should be the beginning of Phoenix Colossus, but we'll see if Hero does embrace that bay. If he goes for a different direction. Very safe center play here out of Hero. Here he does slip in towards the main base. Not getting much done. Yeah, Viking in position, forcing a recall. Good positioning out of Bjorn. Behind this, third CC is on the way. Raven production as well. And Hero, if you recall, when I saw the robot, I was like, oh, is this the beginning of Colossus production? It is not. Instead of the Bay, Hero, he's going for a Forge and a Twilight Council. This should be Phoenix Charge. Should be Charge or Archon into Storm. We'll keep an eye on Hero. Blink Stalkers wouldn't make much sense here, just because Blink Stalkers and Phoenixes, they have the same role, they have the same purpose, which is to hunt down Medivacs and to contain the Terran. As Phoenixes, they do hit the natural. There it is, charges on the way, as we did mention. You're getting it stored up and running. Still just containing Bjorn, keeping him pinned. Bjorn does catch the Observer. Nice pickoff. Ravens are building up energy. As Bjorn moves out, Phoenixes, they force the retreat. Again, here he's just trying to buy time, trying to force the army to stay back at home. Gets an SCV. Diving into the main. Spots the third base. Getting another worker. Oh, not quite. As finally Bjorn breaks out. Getting his third. Hurricane engines on the way. Additional factories as well. I believe the factories were scouted by Hero. Yeah, he has spotted all the factories. He's fully aware of the mech. Now, if you've been watching Bjorn recently, if you've been watching us here on the channel, this is not the first time. Bjorn has gone mech and mass cyclone, like, what, 4 times now in the past month? He's been doing this quite a lot. Has been mixing it in quite a lot. This is a Gumiho build. Gumiho has embraced this. Maru has embraced this. But they don't often rely on it too much. What I will emphasize, even though we've seen players like Maru and Gumiho and other of the Korean Terrans go for this build, Bjorn has been mixing this in and relying on it more often recently. What I mean by that is like once in a series. Like once in a best of 5, once in a best of 3. Bjorn has been going mass cyclone. It's been interesting. Again, it's been like a recent revelation this past month for Bjorn. With mixed success is what I will say. Very, very mixed success. We saw Nightmare shut Bjorn down. When Nightmare played against this, that was when Nightmare was able to bring Bjorn down 3-0. That was like 2 weeks ago. Meanwhile, Charge kicks in, the army gets caught out. Very nice force fields. And Bjorn is zoned away from his own expansion. The mineral line, the SCVs are exposed. The SCVs are going down. And Bjorn just cannot engage. The force fields were brutal. Raven gets sniped as well. 12 SCVs. And Hero, he can engage. Can engage with this. He's diving in. The tanks get lifted. Cyclones are exposed. Zealots, they wreak havoc here on the mech army. Again, how do you deal with mech with Charged Lord Immortal? GG gets called, and Hero takes the series at 2-0. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Heroes. He will take the series 2-0. Will advance on to the semifinals. My condolences to Bjorn, as he is going to bow out here. Again, he has been mixing in and flexing this kind of mass cyclone style over the past couple of Sorry, my apologies. Just trying to fix things up over the past couple of weeks, over the past month of play. And I mean, we have seen it work here and there, but the problem with this is, of course, how vulnerable mech can be. I do feel like that the power of Mass Cyclone into Battle Mech into regular mech against Protoss does kind of rely on a surprise factor. If it gets scattered early on, then it can be shut down. To be fair, Hero didn't scatter it early enough when he went into charge. He was just going into charge anyway, and it happened to be quite in favor of Hero there. Charge shots and Immortals, they can just completely have their way with mech-based units. Can be quite insane. GG, well played. GG, Hero does take it 2-0, and now we're getting ready for the semis. Getting ready for the semifinals. You can see here on the screen, we have, oh, not that one, the other one. There we go. We have MaxPax versus Trap. It's going to be MaxPax versus Trap alongside Clem versus Hero. So we have our PvP. We have it ready. I'll keep an eye on the intros. I mean, if they're not working, then, I mean, then for whatever reason, they're a little bit broken today. But hopefully they're fixed up. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. And here we go. We're getting into our next game and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Golden Aura. Welcome, I should say, as well, to the semi-finals of the WarDTV Monday number 5. We're here to find out who is our first finalist. As spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. The intro is correct. Let's go. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss, the Red Protoss player representing Genji Esports. It is Trap. Beautiful. We have our PvP. If you're in the chat, predictions are now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck. Best of luck. As Trap and MaxPax are facing off. Again, Trap, he has recently returned from the military, and Trap has been very on point. He's been on fire. Trap most recently did actually come second place in the WarDTV Festival. Trap took down Gumiho, took down Nightmare, only went down to Clem in the finals. But how does he compare to MaxPax? How does he compare? MaxPax recently has been having a harder time against Terran. We've seen both Bjorn and Clem defeat MaxPax as of late. We've seen Shin and Rex do the same. But in PvP, you can definitely make an argument that MaxPax has the best PvP in the world. Especially because of how unique his PvP is. He does it like no other. Gate Expand. Gate is a Cybercore greedy opener here out of MaxPax. It is what he is known for, and very often it does trigger an all-in. Just because if you don't, then MaxPax will take an economic lead in a mirror matchup. And Trap, he does go for the pylon. Now, this proxy pylon at the Zelnaga is an interesting choice. This feels like a proxy Stargate. It feels a little bit too far away for a proxy Robo, so I'm assuming it's just Stargate into a Nexus, into an economic game, but we'll see. Cybercore is about to finish up, and we're about to see the tech of choice. Is it the Stargate or something different? As the probe is scouting, looking for the proxy, does confirm that the pylon is missing. So MaxPax, he knows that something is wrong. And yep, it is the Stargate. So proxy Stargate out of Trap, regular Stargate opener out of MaxPax. Now with this opener, MaxPax usually goes Oracle first into a Void Ray, into an expansion. Yep, there's a Nexus. So a much faster expansion from MaxPax, he will take an economic lead. And ideally with this Oracle, he's able to harass across the map and even get more economic damage. Now, MaxPax is going to scat as well. He does scat, he does confirm, he does get eyes on the proxy, he's fully aware. This means that MaxPax could open up Phoenix first instead and camp the production. And what's it going to be? Do we go Phoenix? Do we go Oracle? Okay, it's going to be the Oracle initially out of MaxPax. He's feeling confident. Is going Oracle first. MaxPax will take down the Adept. Phoenix production has begun for Trap. I mean, he's aware of his opponent, or what he's up to. And Adepts, they do get into the mid-line. 2 probe kills, not bad. Getting a third. Oh, almost. Oh, barely a third probe goes down. Can we get a 4th? We can. Not bad. Trap getting 4 probes. Phoenix has arrived. Oracle's moving out. Trap is aware, and he's going to try to hunt down this Oracle. It was greedy of MaxPax to go for the Oracle, despite scouting his opponent. Can he get away with it? Will MaxPax get away with it? As Trap is keeping up. Does rotate, does respond. And he will get on top of that Oracle. Yeah, the Oracle forced to recall. A stronger start for Trap. Stargate is going to be depowered, but, I mean, we don't really need any more Phoenixes. 3 should be enough. And just like that, Trap, he's gotten 5 probe kills. He's catching out the Stalker. MaxPax did overextend at the same time, moving out with his Oracle once again. Stalker goes down. Oracle getting into the main. Of course, there's still the shield battery. It's in position. And Recall's on cooldown. Oh. Recall is on cooldown. Trap, he doesn't care. He's going for the main. Going for the mineral line. But there are defensive Phoenixes. Oh. And MaxPax does shoot first. MaxPax, he will take the better trade. Oh, and Trap does overextend. Gonna be forced back. Adept stay shading in. Ooh, they don't quite commit. But in this kind of quote-unquote Phoenix battle or Phoenix war, MaxPax does have the Phoenix advantage. Oracle into the main, Stasis goes off. Oh, getting 5 probes. Very nice damage. 5 workers go down. Oracle finally gets cleaned up. MaxPax, he does get damage done. We can see Trap trying to transition into Blink Stalkers. Meanwhile, MaxPax should be working towards Mass Phoenix Immortal. Looking for another way in. Rotates around. Robo's almost done. And so far, MaxPax is containing his opponent. Phoenix is coming in for a scout. They get eyes on the tech. Getting some probe kills. Not bad. Force a recall. It's going to be a Forge Robo follow-up. No Twilight Council yet. Stalkers are spotted. But MaxPax, he will catch reinforcements. Takes down 2 Stalkers. Not bad. 2 Stalkers going down. Trap, he is committed. He's moving out across the map. MaxPax does have a recall. Getting into the mineral line. Trap pushing forward. There's not much to defend. There's 1 Stalker. There's the recall. And just in time. Trap has to retreat. More reinforcements on the way. Trap getting a 3rd. He has map control. First Immortal has arrived. And again, even though MaxPax is lacking a ground army, with these Immortals, he can make up for that. Can make up for it quite heavily. As Immortals, they annihilate Stalkers in a head-to-head fight. Now we're calming things down. Phoenix gets caught. Nicely done. Trap catches the Phoenix. Still reinforcing. MaxPax going for the Dark Shrine. Bold response. He does spot the 3rd base. Phoenix is out of position. Army pushing in, but there are 2 Immortals and a shield battery and an overcharge. I think Trap can break this. He's gonna try. Yeah, no shot. Cannot touch this army. Overcharge gets popped. Meanwhile, at FC, wreak havoc in the mineral line. 4 probes going down at the same time. Ooh, Phoenixes, they get 9 probes across the map. They do trade. But a better trade for the Phoenixes. Getting 11 worker kills. Trap still reinforcing. Immortal's forcing back the army. One Immortal goes down. Not bad. Trap, he wants the other. He commits, takes out the second Immortal. But for the cost of so many Stalkers. Ay, ay, ay. And MaxPax takes the supply lead. Phoenix is still getting more probes. And Trap, he's falling apart a little bit here. He was so committed earlier, and he just could not break the defenses of MaxPax. Not with all those Immortals. And now here come the DTs. And is there any detection? No. Zero detection. DTs are waddling in, and they are going to just end the game. There's zero detection. No way to scout. No way to respond. Robo's in production, and we have one DT for the third, one DT for the natural. GG gets called. There is zero detection, and MaxPax takes game number 1. GG. Okay, we spoke about this even this morning. I mean, it happens quite regularly nowadays, but the Invisible Man is just a little bit too much. There is no detection, so they will force an insta-GG. MaxPax takes a lead. Again, we've seen MaxPax die to this, we've seen Hero die to this, but at times you just don't really have a Robo, whether it's an earlier DT rush or a little bit later. Can be brutal. GG. GG, well played. Now we're getting ready for game number 2. On top of that, honestly, even if it wasn't for the DTs, MaxPax was in a better position. He had the better economy, he had the larger army. Trap was pretty committed and all in earlier, and it just did not really pay off. Not work out in the end, and here we go. We're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Getting into game 2. It's going to be on Ghost River. Loading into Ghost River. And we'll see if Trap can bring it back. Honestly, he had some really nice moments in the previous game, especially early on. Unfortunately, he was just all in against an Immortal-based army, and it just kind of rammed his face against a brick wall. We'll see if he can recover and bring it back. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Genji Esports. It is a Trap. Go. You're not going to be settling in. And once again, I imagine Trap is going to be going for the Gate Cyber Expand, or Gate Cyber into Stargate into expansion. And we'll see how Trap responds. Does he go for another proxy Stargate, or does he go for a committed one base all in? Trap does have options. Meanwhile, speaking of proxies, here we go, the probe is in position, the pylon has been placed. Now, based on its location, this is either a proxy Stargate again, or a fake proxy pylon. And for now, it looks like a fake pylon. Trap moves out. He's trying to force an overreaction out of MaxPax. But MaxPax, he should already be opening up Stargate, and he might even make a safety Void Ray. Now, the probe is sticking around, which means it could actually go back to the pylon, and we could see some committed tech, but never mind. Coming in for a scout. There's the initial Stargate. Again, MaxPax often does not expand without the Stargate, so it goes Cybercore into Stargate, then into Nexus. Zealot does get eyes on the probe. Big moment here for MaxPax, which means he's somewhat aware of the location of the pylon. He knows it's out there, doesn't exactly know where, so he is scouting towards the south. Based on the trajectory of the probe, he knows it shouldn't be here on the right-hand side. So he is checking, he is scouting. And it looks like will he find it? It's going to be close. Oh! And it looks like the probe barely does not get eyes on the pylon. Barely not. Pylon is safe. had a potential proxy in the main. Here we go, Trap slowly pushing forward, does lay siege upon the army. Zelt's going down, shield battery's on the way, but it's not ready. It's barely not ready. Stalkers, they take down the Zelt, take down the Adept. Trading better here against the Stalker. And Trap, he is actually gaining ground. Not doing too poorly. Oracle moving out. Trap being forced back. Void Ray is about to pop as well. So Trap, he has to respect it. Behind this, he's expanding. He is going to be expanding to get 2 probe kills. Got a handful of gateway units. And hopefully Trap doesn't lose much of the counterattack, as the Oracle does threaten the main. Oracle pulls away. Keeping Trap pinned. Trap does establish his natural. Still trying to catch up in the economy. Maxpax behind this, getting to his own gateways. This time Maxpax is not going for a robo response. Instead is embracing Blink Stalkers. Blink is on the way for both players. Hello, Trap. Are we going for a Dark Shrine? I think we are. Yep, there it is. Dark Shrine has been proxied. And there is potential for damage. I mean, Maxpax has a Stargate, so we can make an Oracle. That's the reality here. There is an alternate way to get detection for Maxpax. Hallucination gets eyes on the tech. It gets eyes on the Blink. Despite that, depending on how late the scout is, Trap can pop off with this. Pylon is placed. Likewise, Maxpax proxying across the map as well. Both players getting their reinforcing pylons ready. Maxpax moving out.
I am here in the shadows.
Hallucination spots the main army. Trap getting ready, getting in position. There's an Oracle behind this. Meanwhile, where are the DTs? Dark Shrine still needs a couple more seconds. Maxpax did take a third base instead of taking up into a robo. Still 0 detection. Forge is on the way. Now, potentially, Maxpax could try to chrono out an Oracle to defend against this. As DTs are warping in. We'll see if Trap can pop off. The Invisible Man, they're coming! Maxpax getting himself with the Nexus. Forces a cancel. Nice pickup. Does force a cancel. Trap being forced back as well. Defensive DT! Uh-oh. He's showing his hand a little bit here. Yeah, Oracle does begin. The DTs are in the mineral lines. They're in the main base. They're in the natural probes. Are going down left and right. Critical damage is being dealt. Is this enough? It might just be. Getting 10 probe kills. No mining in the natural. No mining in the main base either. Maxpax's economy is being crippled, but he does deny the third. Once again. This defensive DT putting in a lot of work as well. Trap is popping up. Depowers the Stargate. He denies the Oracle. Let's go. Oracle is denied. Cannon is on the way. Oh my god. Yeah, the Invisible Man is dealing critical damage. It's becoming far too much. 18 probe kills. Now there is a cannon that's about to be powered in the main. Oracle does pop. 19 workers fall. Alongside a pylon, soon to be 2 pylons. And Trap, he has a massive lead. He has a massive lead. Game 1, Trap may have lost to the Invisible Man, but here in Game 2, he's going to do the same to Maxpax. It's the power of the Invisible Man, fam. Takes down the shield battery. Direction's the third. That does overextend though. Has to pull away. But Trap is far ahead here in the economy. And can MaxPax recover? What does he have to work with? He has one Oracle. He's got 14 Stalkers. He's down in Stalkers compared to his opponent. Prism is on the way. That tells us that Trap, he's going to commit. He's going to move out. He's going to commit. He has a Forge on the way for +1. Trap just now beginning his own upgrade. But Trap should not allow MaxPax to recover. Leading out a Stalker. Trading against MaxPax. Not the worst trades considering he has a better economy. So Trappy can trade another DT into the mineral line, forcing a defensive warp in. 2 probe kills. Oracle's going for the third. The third is exposed. Oh. Third is exposed. Probes are going down. But Trappy's going in for the kill. Shield battery's not ready. No shield battery, no overcharge. The boys are being pulled. And Trap, he's still dealing just critical damage. Can target down the shield battery from here as well. Takes down the Stalkers. And GG gets called. Trap ties up the series 1-1. We're going to the ace match. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Oh, the power of the invisible, it's crazy. But DT's popping off in game 1 and in game 2, and what does this mean as we get into the ace match? Do both players rush into Dark Templar? Or do neither of them do it? What's it gonna be? It's gonna be one of them. They've both tasted the success of the Dark Templar. It's tempting, it's alluring. Fear Dragon, somewhere out there in the Americas, he's got a smile on his face. He's happy. He's a happy boy. Now we are going for that ace. And when it comes to this ace match, we could just see both players be very safe. Like, we could just see earlier robos and earlier detection in general. Just based on how this series has been progressing, it's been a bit of a clown fiesta. Like, just rush into DTs, Pappy. That's how you win. Just get in there. True. But now we're getting into the ace match, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Amphion, we have the Danish Protoss player himself, the Blue Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Genji Esports. It is Trap. Here we go. Now, a very important feature of Amphion, it is similar to Post-Youth and to Side Delta, the ramp. There's a ramp coming into the natural. This means that MaxPax can embrace his opener, and Trap can do the same. I'm referring to a Gate Cyber Expand. Basically, because of the ramp coming into the natural, it's very defendable. That means that going for something more economic and avoiding a 2-gate opener is a lot more standard on this map. On Amphion, Post-Youth, and Side Delta, the 3 of them have these ramps into the natural, so you can be more greedy, more economic. Now, because of that, very often this leads into a pylon block at the natural for both players. It leads into actually a delayed Nexus, a faster Stargate, and because both players open Stargate, it goes into Phoenix Wars. So very often that is why Phoenix Wars are most common on Side Delta and Amphion and Post-Youth as well. So it's a little bit early to call, but Phoenix Wars are a big possibility on this map. They're a lot more common. There's a Cyber Core, again both players in position to delay the expansion. The Zealot is on the way. It is going to be double gas opener out of a Trap, likewise double gas out of MaxPax. We should be seeing the Stargate. Unless we're able to sneak in that expansion. And both players are on it. There's a pylon for Trap. And there's a Stargate as well. So Stargate opener here out of Trap. It should be a Stargate. Yep, Stargate for MaxPax. So as I just mentioned, because both players are forced to throw down the Stargate, and because both players scout each other and they see each other going Stargate, this should be the beginning of Phoenix Wars. Now, there are some Korean players that try to avoid it, and they might try to rush into Blink Stalkers as a follow-up and try to get out of Phoenix Wars. Phoenix Wars are not the most exciting, and I mean, they are what they are. in this matchup, and they can be very brutal. They can be very unforgiving. That's maybe a better way of putting it. And some players try to avoid it, but it's difficult to avoid in this kind of setup. And there it is. Phoenix on the way for MaxPax. Phoenix on the way for Trap. The Phoenix Wars has begun. And from here, you cannot stop. If you stop, you die. Adept does shade in. Into the mineral line. One probe goes down. Better start for MaxPax. We should soon be seeing a second Stargate for double Phoenix production. Until then, a second probe goes down. Oh, this is a lot of damage early on. Third probe. Too many losses too quickly here in a mirror matchup. We can't afford this. 4 probe kills with 1 Adept. 1 misstep, 1 mistake, and that can cost you the game. And this is already a big lead for MaxPax. Finally, Trap will clean this up. But he's down in workers. Despite the mirrored build, despite what's meant to be an even game state, MaxPax sees ahead 5 probes. He's ahead 5 workers. There's the second Stargate for double Phoenix production. Again, MaxPax can afford it. Trap, he has to build up a little bit more. And again, the problem here, especially after what we just saw with the disadvantage that Trap has, is in a mirror matchup, I mean, MaxPax, he's just going to be up in Phoenixes. That's the reality here. Because of the better economy, faster second Stargate, faster Phoenix production, and all it takes is 1 extra Phoenix and you win the game. It's the reality here. All Phoenix Wars, like 1 or 2 extra Phoenixes can win it for you. Oh, the army's doing engage early on. Better trade for, slightly better for Trap. 2 for 2. An even trade. But here comes that second Stargate. And Trap just now going for the second Stargate of his own, but it's far later. Dips in, doesn't quite get anything, not yet. Ooh, does pick off 1 Phoenix. Very nice control here out of Trap. Does out-control MaxPax, gets 1. Very important, honestly, just really important here that Trap does things like that, just because it's going to be behind in Phoenixes. So if he can out-control MaxPax again, he can pull this off. Oh, trading 1 for 1. Oh, now he's getting punished. Yeah, the punish is real. He's going to lose everything, every Phoenix. GG gets called, and MaxPax will take the series 2-1. GG. Again, that is the dynamic of Phoenix Wars. Once you lose 1 too many, the game just ends. And it was just a really rough start for Trap early on. 1 Adept got into the mineral line, and that was kind of game then and there. Not completely. There was always a chance that maybe Trap is able to outposition MaxPax and get into a mineral line himself. But outside of MaxPax making a mistake, he should just win from there. And with that, he did snowball out of control. Congratulations, MaxPax takes the series. MaxPax will take the series. And with that, we are getting ready for the second semis. Here we go. MaxPax makes it to the grand finals. I mean, shout out to Trap because he did pose a threat and he was able to hold his own, did force the ace match. Again, unfortunately, in Phoenix Wars, it's very unforgiving. I mentioned before that it's very cutthroat. 1 mistake can just cost you the game. Like Phoenix Wars, you have to be very crisp and very on point, just because there is very, very little room for error. With that, MaxPax does take it. And now we're getting ready for our next best of 3. It's going to be between Hero and Clem. Let's go. Here we go. I need to nerf this opener into Oblivion. I think it was in the previous map pool, where it's not necessarily the opener that's the problem, but it's the map. As I mentioned before, like Phoenix Wars are very map dependent, and now here in this map pool there's 3 maps where this can occur. In the previous map pool, I believe there was only 1, right? I have to double check, but I believe in the previous map pool there was only 1 map with a ramp. So because of that, Phoenix Wars, sorry, no, I think it was 2. I think it was 2 maps with a ramp. So because of that, Phoenix Wars would be a lot less common and a lot more rare. But now we're up to 3. Now we're up to 3 maps. Oh, actually, even potentially 4 maps with Dynasty. True. Dynasty is a little bit different. Dynasty's crazy. We don't we don't have to talk about Dynasty. It's fine. But the more maps that get introduced with a natural protecting the with a ramp protecting the natural, the more often we see this. So it is a little bit more map dependent. But regardless, GG, well played. We're now getting ready for our next semis. Speed doesn't kill you. You only die when you stop. True. Not like this. The first rule is about Dynasty. We don't talk about Dynasty. Doom knows. You're not wrong. We don't talk about Dynasty. It's fine. It's fine. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. But we are getting ready. Looks like some of our players are missing in action. They're a little bit MIA. So we might just go on a short break. Yeah, we're going to be going on a short... Oh, yeah, we're good, we're good. Never mind. Never mind! Basically, Clem, he was otherwise preoccupied, but we have him. We found him. And we're jumping in. Game 1 is going to be on Oceanborn. Here we go. Not going to be loading in. Here we go. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming. It is Hero. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. And if you're in the chat, you know what time it is. Predictions. Predictions now open. Place your bets on who you think will claim the series. Best of luck in the chat, as predictions are open for the next 2 minutes. We'll see how this series, or where the series does take us. Now again, Hero did take down Bjorn earlier, but Bjorn was also being crazy, he was being wild. If you remember, he was going Mass Cyclone, he was playing Mech against Protoss, which is a very rare thing, and it is a very niche build. Alas, Bjorn was shut down. And we'll see how Clem does approach this. Again, Clem, he is the best player in the world. Clem is the heavy favorite to take the entire tournament. We've seen time and time again, Clem, when it comes to these online weeklies, he has been unstoppable for the most part. I do think, as of late, the only player to actually pose a threat to Clem has been Shin. We've seen Shin defeat Clem a couple of different times in these online tournaments, in best of 3s and best of 5s. It's been actually quite impressive to see Shin just ape it up. I mean, it's just been cheese mainly. It's been just a lot of all-ins out of Shin, a lot of all-ins. But when it comes to this matchup, Clem has been looking untouchable. He's been looking very dominant over MaxPax. MaxPax is known for his longer macro game. Ooh. As looks like one of our Korean casters is lagging out. Inu, don't like this. Shout out to Into the Inu. He does cast in Korean, but it looks like having some latency issues. Hopefully everything is okay, and hopefully he can reconnect. Otherwise, I'm sure he can join us for the rest of the series. But once again, referring to Clem's TVP, again, he's been looking very dominant over MaxPax, defeating him week after week after week. Showtime and Hero have been doing what they can, but if you recall, I mentioned before that Hero has been on vacation. Hero, he has been taking some time off after EWC. Hero only recently came back last week to competitive play, so Hero is still shaking off the rust, and Hero has a very different approach compared to MaxPax. Hero is a much more aggressive, much more dynamic player. He does often think outside the box, and he can be a little bit harder to read. It's a different skill set, is what I will say. Different skill set compared to MaxPax. We'll see if he can trip Clem up. See if he can. As currently, I will say that Clem has the best TVP in the world. Based on his recent performances against MaxPax, Hero, and Showtime, Clem is insane. It's like, it's crazy how strong he is and how dominant he has been in this matchup. A lot of it is thanks to MaxPax, true. You know, MaxPax, he kind of molded and formed Clem into what he is for the most part. And then Clem went to Korea and evolved even more. For now, my apologies. Single gas opener, but going for a faster factory. Very interesting choice here by Clem. Going into the initial Hellion. And proxying across the map, going for a Hellion drop. It's been a couple of months since I've seen this, not gonna lie. Hellion drop opener out of Clem. It's a little bit out of fashion, it's a little bit outdated, but I mean, it checks out. Oh, this makes sense. My apologies, as Hero was forced to take the unnatural natural. Very awkward setup at a Hero. I was a little bit distracted by the timeouts and all that stuff. But Hero is vulnerable. He's vulnerable to aggression. He's going to be opening up. Stargate does have a wall set up here at the ramp. Does have a shield battery, splitting up his units. And again, it takes 3 Hellions to one-shot a probe. And probes, they're prone to lining up. Clem should be building up to 4 Hellions. There we go, the 4th Hellion has arrived, and Clem is moving out. He's going for the drop. And for now, Hero's in the dark. Hero does not know what's going on. He is split between the bases. And he will be able to live with the Phoenixes. Clem, I believe he has not yet scattered much of the tech. Doesn't really know what he's walking into. Hero's going to have 2 lifts available. Soon to be 3. Drop comes in. Hellions are scouted. There's the first lift. But the Hellions that get into the mid-range probes are going down. There's a second lift as well. And Hero, he should be fine. Should clean this up. He's going to lose 4 probes in the process. Oh, losing 5 probes. But that could have been so much worse. That could have been worse. So a good reaction here out of Hero. Clem does get damaged, but now Hero gains map control and he can move out. He can move out for a counterattack. Back at home, Clem building up, getting to his own 3-1-1 setup. 3 Raxes, 1 factory, 1 starport. Phoenix is trying to punish that medevac. Can they get it? It's going to be close. And it looks like they will. Medevac goes down. Locon is broken. Adepts have arrived. They will manage to pick off some of these Marines. Just 2 Marines, 1 Adept. Not the best trade for Hero. Well, slightly better for Clem. Behind this, getting to his bio. And Hero, likewise, getting into his 3rd. So from here, after the early game aggression, we're calming things down, we're building up. Hero is taking his natural, probing up, getting into his forge. It looks like Phoenix into charge lot, just based on the forge instead of the robo. Yeah, Twilight Council's on the way, this should be for charge. A very active style, as opposed to the otherwise more defensive style of Phoenix Colossus, which Hero is avoiding. He's going to be avoiding those Colossus. Now, when it comes to charge lot, or this kind of charge lot composition, this is ideal if the Terran player is going to be aggressive. If the Terran wants to move out and it wants to push into you, then there's going to be that much less SimCity against the Zealots. That's kind of the big weak point here of charge lots, is that they are melee-based units, so if they have to try to break a 3rd or break a natural, if there's bunkers, depots, SimCity, and reduced surface area, then a Protoss player can struggle. But if it's a fight out in the open, that's where they can thrive. That's where Hero can pop off. As Clem is moving out, charge is on the way, as we mentioned. Charge and +1 armor. But before charge kicks in, here comes Clem. Clem is moving out with Stim. Stim is finishing up. There is going to be a shield battery. There's going to be an overcharge. Only a handful of gateway units. Hero, he's in trouble. He's defending with mainly Phoenix. This is the big weak point here with Phoenix-based opener. He has only Phoenixes to defend. That's a lot of Marines. That's a lot of bio. There's a first stim. Stim gets forced out. There's the overcharge. Clem will retreat. He respects the overcharge. He's going to try to wait it out. And once it runs out, Clem can dive back in. This time with Widow Mines. Charge is almost done. Hero needs a little bit more time. As Hero does not get the Marauders. Pick up a Marine. Now to 4 Widow Mines. Hero, he's up against the wall. And the overcharge on cooldown. 1 Phoenix goes down. Clem gets a Phoenix. Threatening a dive. Oh. Widow Mines trying to get baited out by the probe. Charge kicks in. Macho goes off, but with these charges, looks like Hero, he should be able to hold on. I say that, we're running out of Zealots. Oh my god. Another Macho goes off. There's so many Marines behind this. Hero needs another warp in. Desperately so. Warp in does complete. Falling back to the shield batteries. Overcharge is available. As pickups. Shuts down the Marines. And Hero's holding. Here he is holding on. Does reinforce once again. There's 2 Widow Mines behind this. Mine shot's about to go up. Up! Pretty good connections. Mine shots on the Zealots, but the Phoenixes, they reign supreme. They shut down the main army. And he's running out of steam. Oh, forcing friendly fire. Hero will clean this up. I say that the Marauders, they can hold their own. The Marauders, they clean up the Gateway army. Not enough energy for a lift. Hero's not out of this yet. Hitting up all these Widow Mines. Hero taking a 4th base. Likewise, Clem establishing his 3rd. Hero has to calm down. It was a very close hold here for Hero. Did lose all of his Stalkers. Did lose a good chunk of his Phoenixes as well. Now working towards Colossus. Chargel's moving out. Widow Mines somewhat in position. Hero, he may have spotted them. Spots some Marauders. Oh! The Mine Shots! Juicy connections. Mine Shot goes off. Clem pulls away. Hero does not get the 2nd Widow Mine. Oh. And taking a lot of damage. Not very worth it in the end. Hero has to pull away, establishing his 4th. And now it's on Hero to buy time for splash damage. Like, Zealots can be good, but against this much bio, against Ghosts and EMPs, Zealots are not good enough. We need Storm, Disruptor, or Colossus. We need something! First Colossus is on the way, but it might just be too late. As Hero's trying to buy time. Clem pushing forward. Charge gets popped. Widow Mine shots will not go off. Very nice pickups. A beautiful engage there by Hero. Shuts down all the Widow Mines. Does take an EMP to the face. Another EMP lands. But Hero, he does shut down most of the army. Has to pull back. Ooh. His army is very padded, very bruised. It's taken a lot of hull damage. But the Disruptor has arrived. The Colossus as well. He can hold, he can shut this down, holding onto the Nova. Nova goes off, takes down the Widow Mine. Clem pulling away. We're building up more Colossus. Again, Clem has just been so aggressive, so in the face of Hero, but barely hasn't broken him. Now getting to Blink Stalkers, done with Phoenixes. Meanwhile, Clem has the Concave. Oh. You're pulling away. Never goes off. Gets the Widow Mine. Hero just kind of dancing with the main army, has no intention to commit. He's expanding behind this, getting into more disruptors. Still just making one robo unit at a time. Sorry, there we go. Second robo is up, making 2 at a time. 2 disruptors. Oh, the water went. Oh my god. No! Magic going off, taking down a Phoenix. God, these Phoenixes are so low. Hero playing with fire. Calm down. And even here, being active with this army is so fragile. EVs connect once again on the Phoenixes. No lifts. My army does stim. Nova goes off. Doesn't connect. Second Nova sending back the army. It grazes some of the forces. Oh, the Nova. Better connection. But the Prism goes down. More Prism does fall. Clemmy's on the hunt. He wants a Colossus. He wants them. Forces the overcharge. EMP does connect. Here actually gets the pull back. Regenerating those shields. Pushing forward. But once again, brutal EMPs here on the Phoenixes. Hero with the pre-split. The spread. Not bad. Better engaged by Hero, but he bleeds out most of those Phoenixes. Phoenix count almost resets, and the Colossus are exposed. Hero has to rely on those disruptors. One Colossus goes down, there's 2 left. 2 Colossus remaining. Both armies are maxed out. I'm looking for a way in. Hero wasting some of these Novas. He's got 2 Novas left. The rest are on cooldown. About to come off. And here he dives in. Goes to the blink, takes down a good chunk of ghosts. Nova's turning away. Vikings going down. 2 Colossus left. Soon to be down to 1. Down to 0. The Colossus count is reset. Oh, massive connection on the ghost. The Novas not looking too bad. Behind this, Clem now embracing Liberator production. The freedom, it's coming. It's taken to the skies. Hero mass expanding. The armies, they actually miss each other. Uh oh. They do pass by. Going for a bit of a base trade. Yeah, Clemmy's going for the 4th at the same time Hero's going for the Nexus or going for the Planetary. Boys are being pulled to repair. Nexus will go down. As Zealots, they hit the 3rd. They catch some of the Vikings. Massive Novas. Good connections. SCVs are going down. The Planetary should fall. At the same time, Zealots are wreaking havoc in the natural, and the 3rd base workers are going down, and Clemmy doesn't stop either. Knocking down another expansion, the 3rd base. The base trade. Bases are falling left and right. Hero's pushing in. He wants the main. The Novas. Massive connections. They take down the SCVs. They knock down the front door. Hero, can he get in? Meanwhile, Clemmy's not slowing down, going for the natural. Hero, he does recall. Does recall back home. Hero's army is split. Oh. Army is split up. Clem going for the center expansion. Hero trying to set up a surround. Zealots, they trickle in a little bit too soon. Zealots are going down. Novas are going off. They do not connect. And the Gateway army is crumbling. Clem takes out the disruptors. The trades are too good. Clem, he shuts down the main army. Massive connections. But doesn't matter. Is it too late? Hero, he forces the pickup. Gets a medevac, gets a Viking. But Hero, he lost a lot of disruptors in that fight. He saves the expansion. Saves the Nexus. Clem, he's scanning. He doesn't know about bottom left. I mean, there's no saturation. Hero's transferring. It's going up. Zoning back the army. The Hero bleeding out of the Stalker. The Liberator count a little bit too high. Decent connection with the Nova. Liberators are going down. Disruptors are on cooldown. They need more time. But here come the Zealot reinforcements, and Hero, he holds. He holds. He shuts down the main army. Cleans everything up. Where's the army of Clem? It's in medevacs. It's mainly a medevac-based army. Clem, he's running out of steam. Down to 46 workers. 1.5 base economy, or essentially 1.5 bases. Hero, he's on 2. Catching, transferring workers. 2 SCVs going down. Hero slipping in. Catching a Liberator, not bad. Has to get the hell out of here. Hero pulling away, getting caught out! Uh-oh. Picks off a medevac. Blinks away, takes a mind shot to the face. Oof. Very efficient Widow Mine. You're trying to escape. Pulling back to the disruptors. Meanwhile, the cannon is found, and Clem, now he knows. Now he has scouted the expansion. Did go by unnoticed. Hero pushing in. Oh, gets 2 ghosts. Very nice connections. Picks up a couple of Marines for the price of 1 disruptor. Hero trying to re-expand, getting a 3rd. Meanwhile, Clem, does pick up. He goes for the drop. Again, he scouted the base earlier. He's aware. And there's not much to defend. There's 1 cannon and 1 shield battery. Hero, he's not ready for this. Salt's getting picked up. Drop gets revealed. Does have a defensive warp in. And he's forced to recall, which means Clemmy can go for the base on the right-hand side. Recall's now on cooldown. Main army pushing in. No recall available. There's a Colossus, but it's exposed. Colossus is exposed. It's going to go down as well. Massive pickup. Colossus goes down. Hero out of position. Robo gets depowered. Again, that was a massive pickup. Disruptor goes down as well. Hero a little bit trigger happy, bleeds out the Novas, and he's getting pulled apart. It looks like Clemmy's done it, takes out every single disruptor, and there's not much left. There's not much left over. Again, this double drop, it basically won Clem the game here. It just pulled Hero apart. And now Clemmy can knock down the expansion. Double drop coming back in, more probes falling. There's just nothing left, only a gateway army. Clem has done it. Takes out the Stalkers, the Zealots, the Robo. GG gets called, and Clem takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, Hero just spread too far, too thin towards the end of that game. His bases were so spread out, and he didn't have the supply to split between the bases, or didn't have the wherewithal to split between the bases either. And Clem did pull him apart. GG, well played. But it was a very close game. Definitely there were some strong moments for Hero, especially when getting into the base trade. But did it go the way of Clem in the end? And with that, Clem takes a lead. And it does take a lead, and now we're getting ready for game number 2. Here we go. Which server is this match on? Korea versus Europe should be on the Americas. Should be alternating between West and Central. Here we go. Even as a Terran, I feel a little bit embarrassed about how good the map pool is for Terran, especially TVZ. I mean, that was the intention. If you recall, when the map pool was announced, like, it was intentionally meant to favor Terran a little bit more. I mean, to help balance things, just because if you recall, Cyril was winning everything. So it is kind of cool that that the maps, or I should say that the way the game is being balanced, is kind of a little bit more reminiscent of Brood War, if you recall. I don't know if you're familiar, but for Brood War, they don't actually get balance patches. They balance and patch the game with maps. If certain styles or certain strategies are a little bit too strong or too weak, then maps will kind of reflect that and will try to help or try to deter certain things. And it does actually impact the meta quite a bit. To a lesser extent, it also impacts StarCraft 2. But that was by design. Now we're getting into the second game. Getting into game 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Post-Youth, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing CranKy Z Gaming. It is Hero. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean, the French Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is Clem. I think it was a very intense game 1 there between Clem and Hero. Honestly, that could have gone either way. That could have gone either way. There were good moments for both players. Alas, in the end, Clem was able to pull Hero apart and take the first game. But I would love to see an ace match. Regardless of how this goes, whether it goes the way of Clem or it goes the way of Hero, I would love to see a game 3. I'm greedy like that, just to get the most out of these two players. We'll see if we can get there. We'll see if we can get there. As Hero is going for an economic gate expand. And Clem should be doing the same. And now we can take a moment to even speak about the map. We're loading into Post-Youth, a very unusual map of the map pool. This is, of course, another big factor of the current map pool that was intentional, is a lot more unorthodox maps. Maps like Amphion, Dynasty, Post-Youth, Crimson Court, no real standard maps among them. They all have their own quirks, they all have their own kind of twist to them. And this one, of course, being the in-base natural, the hybrid gold. The hybrid base here, inside the main, does mean you can cut corners. We have seen a lot of Terran players go for 3cc 3 racks on Post-Youth. I'm curious if Clem will do the same, or if he calms things down and goes for a different kind of opener. We shall see. But yeah, it took a while. It took a couple of years, but this most recent map pool is probably, I would say, the most chaotic, the most polarizing map pool we've had in a very long time. It took a while to get here. I know that the map pools are getting quite stale, especially a couple of years ago, 2020 into 2021, into 2022, into 2023. There was a good period where most of the maps were a little bit more, again, standard and by the book, and I mean, for good reason, right? Like, technically that is always better for competitive play. Like, everyone wants more standard games or more standard maps, at least the players do. But when it comes to a viewer perspective, and when it comes to an esports and a spectator game as well, it is not the worst idea to mix things up at least a little bit. I'm of the opinion that they went a little bit too far with the amount of quirky maps in this map pool. I feel like 2 or 3 is enough. They went a little bit overboard with it. But regardless, I mean, it is really cool to see that we still do get, you know, a couple of maps on Post-Youth every now and then, a couple of maps on Dynasty. Like today we saw Dynasty once with Shin. We probably won't see it again, but oh no, we saw it in the PvP earlier. Every now and then. And we'll see what the next map pool holds. You know, soon TM, right? Soon TM with the next map pool. And soon TM with the next patch. So exciting times. Exciting. I guess as a caster, I enjoy it all regardless because I'm not forced to play. When it comes to playing, different story. When it, I'm like, they haven't given us enough vetoes, Pappy. I want to get rid of all of this. When it comes to casting, I appreciate it more. But now, 3-1-1. Our initial 3-rack setup. Going for our initial drop as well. Triple Widowmine drop here across the map. And this is designed to get some damage done, but also more importantly to scout. To scout a Hero, to get a read on what's going on. We of course see it is a it is a Twilight Council opener out of Hero. 3 gates. So 3-gate blink, a very safe play from our Protoss player. Designed to eventually take a 3rd and macro up into the mid game. So 3-gate blink. Widowmine drop coming in. Stalkers are in position. Up. And the mine shots are going to be going off. We do pull away in time. Thankfully, 3 pros for 3 Widowmines. Good defense out of Hero. Meanwhile, Reaper into the natural. Gets 1 more probe. And we'll get a full scout. So checking the vision, Clem, he did get eyes on the tech. He did get eyes on the Robotics Bay as well. is aware that Hero is delaying his third base in favor of Colossus production. Should just be a delay though. Now Hero defends, and now it's time to counterattack. Now it's time for Clem to be the defender instead. He's got a bunker, he's got one tank in position, second tank is on the way. Again, because it's post-youth, it is easier to defend two bases, or these two bases, because they're sharing the base, of course. Hero does blink in. Tank has repositioned, points are being pulled. SCVs are going down. So far, the control is solid. That's juggling here at a Hero. Pulls away, takes out a lot of Marines. Ooh. Does take a tank shot to the face. Takes down 9 Marines and 4 SCVs. Not bad. Job coming back in. Go for the mineral line. The glass. Ooh. Clem does punish. Takes down a Stalker. And Clem is holding. He does hold. We have a second Stalker on the right. Sorry, second tank on the right-hand side. And Hero, he's not just taking a third, he's going for the gold. A very risky move here out of Hero. But he's rushing into the gold base. That's Hero getting behind the mineral line, finding more damage, gets a medevac, not bad. Barely out of range on the tanks. Oh. Gets a Marine, gets 2 ACVs. And the goal for Hero is to reinforce and to keep Clem busy, keep him pinned, while Hero takes advantage of the gold. It's a risky maneuver here by Hero. We'll see if he can get away with it. Colossus production has begun. We spoke earlier, he had the Bay first before the expansion. So faster Colossus and faster upgrades. So far, Hero, he's doing well for himself. See him throwing down a ring of pylons, 2 pylons towards the left-hand side, Adept on the right. Trying to get a read on any kind of drop play, any move out. Hero is getting prepared. Nice side on the Observer. Well done here by Clem. Is moving out, now taking his own third. Clem, he finally breaks free, and now it's time for Clem to move out across the map. And can Hero slow him down? Can he save and protect the gold? Oh, that's a lot of Terran, Pappy. As Clem does move out, spots the pylon, spots the expansion. He is aware. First wood rank goes down. There's another behind this. Tank's getting within range of the mineral line. Oof, yeah, massive tank shots. They're barely within range. Hero has to pull away. He's stuck with a 2-base economy. Yeah, cannot mine the gold. And can Hero actually collapse on this? The Prism! Oh, Prism goes down. A bit of a misrally there from Hero. He's blinking in, but he's going to be punished for it. Clem is going to completely shut this down. Takes out the Stalkers. Colossus are exposed. Clem rotating, and Hero, he's up against the wall. He's hurting. Now up to 3 Colossus. The Colossus cannon is healthy, but what about the supports? What about the buffer? What about the gateway army for Hero? Oh no, the Stalkers! Stalkers are going down. Clem dropping in towards the main. Going for a triple drop. Colossus pushing forward, nice overcharge. Hero, he can clean this up. Especially now that Clem has gone for the drop, the tanks will be shut down. Drop into the main. Forcing a recall, the Colossus are exposed. He gets 1, he gets 2. That was a brutal recall. That was not worth it. Both Colossus fall and everything else as well. Clem, he has done it. He's just broken Hero. Pulled him apart left and right. The recall was not it. GG gets called, and Clem will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Clem. He will claim the series. Game 1 was very close, very back and forth. Here in Game 2, Hero took a chance. Hero, he took a risk when it came to rushing into the gold. And yeah, Hero, he just had a really hard time defending that gold base, protecting it. The tank volleys were brutal. Unfortunately, he was denied any kind of mining at the gold, so he couldn't reinforce as quickly or as easily. On top of that, despite the pylons on the left-hand side, Hero did not have detection or did not have vision on the right-hand side. Hero was playing blind, he was in the dark. As a result, Hero was not able to scout the double drop, and he was forced to, go for a panic recall. The recall did punish Hero more than anything, as Hero wasn't ready for it, and in the end, Clem did snowball out of control. GG. GG, well played. Clem will advance on, and now we have our grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5 between Clem and MaxPax. Oh boy. And I do hope that MaxPax has been taking some notes and has been ruminating and theorizing. Again, these two have been playing quite frequently over the past couple of weeks, ever since EWC, and it has been quite heavily in favor of Clem. Pre-EWC, it used to be more back and forth. It used to be, more of a back and forth rivalry between Clem and MaxPax. Unfortunately, in recent weeks and recent months, it has been more one-sided. But MaxPax can take maps. He can take maps, and he definitely has it in him to take a series. But we'll see if he can bring it home. See if he can bring it home. We'll see if he can cause the upset and bring Clem down. I'm hoping he can. I'm hoping we can get it back and forth. Either a game 4 or a game 5. The pressure is on. Pressure is on. We go. Clef is a tough one. He's pretty good. Clem, he's a pretty good player. Some would even say the best player in the world. He's okay. Cap. Let's go as we are setting up. Vetoes are underway, and we will soon be jumping into those finals. We're getting there. Getting there. Until then, we might go on a short break. Our players might need a little bit of time to prepare. I don't blame them, especially after an intense series like that. So we're going to be going on a short break. Take this moment to get some snacks, get some water, go to the bathroom, and when we come back, we will have the grand finale. Los Grand Finales, papi, here of the Warrior TV Monday number 5. We'll be back in a couple of minutes. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Oh, no, never mind. Welcome back to the grand finals of the Wardy TV Monday number 5. I was excited. I thought we were actually jumping into a PvP. Clem did accidentally pick Kronos, but it looks like it was a misclick. So we are going to be remaking the lobby and jumping back into game 1. Game 1, of course, is going to be on Crimson Court. And if you're in the chat, get ready. If you're in the chat, get ready, because predictions are now open. Place your bets in the chat for who you think will claim the series. Place your bets on who you think will be our champion this week. Is it going to be Clem or MaxPax, the Terran of the Protoss? Best of luck. Best of luck in the chat. Personally, again, I do favor Clem here in this series. We've seen Clem be very dominant. I would say that he has the best TVP in the world and has been having quite a win streak against MaxPax as of late. But MaxPax is the best Protoss in Europe, and he can definitely pose a threat to Clem. Can definitely make a series out of this and can bring him down as well. But he has to be on his A game. He has to be at his best. And we'll see if he is. As we're loading into the game and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Crimson Court, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. We go. And again, predictions are about to close in the chat, so place your bets while you can for this best of 5 grand finals. SCV is moving out, and Clem, he's starting off with a bit of a cheeky proxy Rax. Again, the Rax is right next to the cliff face, so we can send the Reaper right into the main to be aggressive early on. Likewise, the SV can also throw down a bunker on the low ground as well. We saw this earlier today against Nightmare, if you recall. It was game 2 between Clem and Nightmare, where Clem was able to get it, or he attempted to get his bunker up and running to delay mining at the natural. Meanwhile, MaxPax moving out with the Probe Scout. This Probe Scout will confirm that the Rax is missing. Now, it could be a fake proxy Rax, it could be a real one. It's on MaxPax to determine what's going on, as he comes in and he gets eyes on the lack of Rax. You can see he's checking the main. Again, it is not uncommon for the Terran player to hide the Rax in the main base, or in the natural, or in the third location. So MaxPax is checking. He's trying to confirm. Rax is now done. Reaper is on the way. And MaxPax is not going for the safety Zealots. Not yet, at least. We'll soon have the minerals for it. SCV has arrived. Probe will confirm. And Clem will attempt to throw down the bunker. Ooh, takes some extra hits, though. Takes a lot of damage on the SCV. Bunker has been placed. And it's on MaxPax to try and deny it. Oof. As the SCV takes too much damage, has to be pulled away. So far, so good. The bunker for now is denied. Shield battery has been placed. Bunker does begin once again. Stalker's on the way. And we'll see if Clem can buy time, as he's going for the mineral line, and he's hoping to try and distract that Stalker. Stalker gets a shot in. Gets 1, gets 2. Reaper backs off. Bunker is almost done. It's close. Up! The Reaper! The bunker does finish up just in time. Reaper dives in. MaxPax will have to deal with this. Shield battery is done. So far, good repairs here by the SCV. Second Reaper, does make it in. And again, you can see he's trying to focus down that shield battery. Ooh, SCV doesn't quite go down. Oh, it's getting low, getting very low. Estelle, the juggling. The SCV dives back in. Once again, avoids the shot. Oh my god. Hero with the juggling is just a little bit Clem with the juggling is just a little bit too good. Takes down the first shield battery, going for the second. SCV still survives. He's crazy. The bunker is on fire. Looks like we should force a salvage. Finally, the SCV goes down. Finally. But Clem, he will still get the second shield battery. Aye, aye, aye. 2 shield batteries. A probe. Gets away. At least the bunker was cleaned up. But some nice damage nonetheless here by Clem. Behind this, getting into his 1-1-1, going for double Cyclone just to be safe. Clem is unaware of the tech. We are, though. It's going to be a Twilight Council. It's going to be Blink, not Stargate. Blink is on the way. Rax is floating back home. MaxPax will intercept. Moving out with the Stalkers. Cyclones are amassing. Clem getting ready for his own Cyclone drop. Will run into the Stalkers. Does go for the drop. He will get a lot of damage done on those Stalkers. Takes out the probe. Will chase a Max back. And Clem boosting in. He has momentum. And he will get a Stalker. Off the juggling. One Stalker goes down. Max does reinforce. Getting a second Stalker. Oh, God. A second Stalker falls. One of the Cyclones is low, but the boys, they have to be pulled. A Cyclone goes down. Bit of miscontrol there out of Clem. Bit of miscontrol from the Terran. Down to only one Cyclone. Gets one more Stalker. Pulls away. But that's still 4 Stalkers for one Cyclone. Crazy. Still very efficient. Delays the gateways. Gets another probe. Clem will escape. Again, there's no blink. Getting another worker. Oh my god, but did he overextend? Barely not. As Clem does get away. He's pinned back behind the main. Rally more Cyclones. Ooh, bit of a miscontrol though. He does move command in. Still takes out another Stalker. Is trying to free up that drop. But this was not the best trade for Clem. As he bleeds out 2 more Cyclones. Drop does come back in though. Getting more probes. Oof. Medevac goes down. A nice cleanup here by Max. And now we can calm things down. Again, Clem, it did look like he misrallied into the main, and he did lose potentially some more DPS. So Clem losing momentum. Max now has blink. He can move out. Dark Shrine behind this bold move. He gets scouted. Oh, he gets scouted immediately. Forced to cancel. Oh my god. Clem, he's all over this. Denies the Dark Shrine. Max moving out. Going for the main. Does dive in, but there's a tank in position. Clem defends. As Max is at least trying to contain his opponent. Behind this, he's expanding, taking a third, getting to a third base, working towards Storm. Temple Archives. Max working towards the mineral line, but alas, Marines are ready for this. Clem does defend. Must protect his natural. So far. Max rotating around. Diving into the main. Going for the tank. Oh, he's going to be punished though. The tank will go down. But at a cost. Clem's stuck in his own production. Now breaking out. Gets the Observer. So if it goes down, at least Max does get the tank. The drop is denied. We do see Clem attempting to move out. Max slowing it down. Not bad. Slowing down the push, protecting his third base. The third is exposed. Storm is halfway done. Oof. And Max bleeding out a lot of units here. And back at home, there's not much to defend. Clem, he can stem in. And Storm is still seconds away. Max needs a little bit more time. Goes for the feedback. Nexus under fire. Clem rallying across, and this may just be too much. And Clem is snowballing out of control. The base is under fire. Max he has to fight, but it's going to be an uphill battle. Macho goes off, forcing friendly fire. And the prism goes down. There's just not enough Protoss. GG gets called, and Clem will snowball out of control, taking game number 1. GG. GG, well played. Again, just crazy efficiency out of Clem in the early game, getting the shield batteries, sniping the stalkers as well with the cyclone drop. It was just insane how much Clem was getting done with so little as well. It did set himself up for success. MaxPax did attempt to counterattack, but we saw that Clem was more than prepared. MaxPax split out a lot of stalkers, too many stalkers trying to push into the main and trying to push into the natural. And with that, MaxPax was punished for overextending, was punished for being unable to really get any damage and bleeding out too many stalkers. And with that, GG. GG, well played. We're jumping into game number 2. Jumping into that second game. And we'll see if MaxPax can tighten things up early on and have a more secure early game leading into, the back and forth mid game. We shall see. As a reminder, of course, Clem did open up proxy racks in the last game, which is kind of what led to everything popping off. That was kind of the first domino that did fall. Right now we're getting into game number 2. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Sidestorm Gaming. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. With them Lem. Let's go. As this time, no proxy. This time the Rax is back at home, so MaxPax will have a much more comfortable early game, and that's what's most important. He can calm things down, he can settle in, and get his natural up and running much more freely. So already I do like MaxPax's chances a little bit more this time compared to game 1. As MaxPax is moving out with his probe scouts, and we'll confirm that the Rax is where it should be. MaxPax will confirm. Dipping in, forcing out another SCV. Last Clem will be able to get his base up and running. It's going to be an economic opener, single gas geyser, so it's going to be Rax into a CC on the low ground. That is why MaxPax is going for the initial Zealot. His goal is to try and delay the CC and try and disrupt the opener of Clem. So his goal here is to turn the tables on Clem and to try to give himself an economic advantage. So here comes that Zealot. Probe does pull back. CC on location. We'll see what MaxPax can get done. Moving out with the Zealot's going to be reinforcing with that Chrono Boosted Stalker. We can see Clem is looking for proxies, making sure there is no proxy gateway. Does scout, does confirm, there is none. And the Zealot has arrived. But the Reaper's in position, the Marine as well, safety bunker on the low ground. And the Zealot shouldn't get much done. Will threaten the SCVs, will delay the CC for a couple of seconds, for like 1 second. But it will get up and running. Stalker's on the way. Bunker does complete. And with the completion of the bunker, Clemmy should be fine. Does defend. Does defend, is secure. Behind this, we can see MaxPax going for the Twilight Council. Now, this is at least keeping the Reaper at home. Clem hasn't seen anything across the map. He has no idea what's going on. No idea what MaxPax is going for. Stalker's diving in, they get one SCV. They just run past the bunker. Denying mining. And Clem can't really engage. He can't really dive into this. Instead, he will catch out some of these stalkers as they retreat. Oh! Does deal some hull damage. Hellion goes down. Reaper Scout is denied. So good trades. Better trades here for MaxPax. And he's throwing down extra gateways. Let's go! MaxPax doing what he does best. What is he known for? He's known for one thing and one thing only in TVP or in PvT. It's 4-gate blink. 4-gate blink Stalker MaxPax. He has the best 4-gate blink Stalker in the world. The best execution of that build, I should emphasize. Better than Showtime, better than Hero, better than any other Protoss player out there. It is hyper aggressive, but what I will say is that because he's so known for this, because he does this so often, and because both Clem and MaxPax are from the same region, Clem has a lot of experience defending against this. Adept does shade in, very nicely done here by MaxPax. Clem too late to respond, too late to wall up. Adept will force back the army, getting a full scout, getting one SCV. At the same time, Mind Drop here towards the natural. Gets a Stalker. Gets a Worker and a Stalker. Gets eyes on 2 gateways, does not get eyes in the main. Clem is still in the dark, he doesn't fully know what's going on. I mean, this could still be 3-gate blink. And MaxPax, he's soon going to be moving out across the map. He's going to be quite committed with this. It is not an all-in. It's 4-gate blink into a 3rd, but still very aggressive here by MaxPax. And he needs to get damage done. Back at home, what is it to defend? There's 1 tank in the main. There's 1 bunker at the natural. 2nd bunker is on the way to make up for the lack of tank. Boys are being pre-pulled to repair. Clem taking this very seriously. He does confirm the timing of the 3rd. And here come the reinforcements, warping in 4 Stalkers at a time. That's a lot of Stalkers. SCVs are ready. Repairs are on point. We do focus on the SCVs, at least we attempt to. And the repairs are barely not enough. Only 3 SCVs. But the 2nd bunker has completed. And Clem is holding. Clem for now is holding on. More Stalkers are on the way. The tank count is slowly getting larger. We have 2 tanks in the main. We dive into the natural though. Clem late to respond. Clem is late to react. Marines are going down. It's focusing elsewhere. Tank does reposition. MaxPax does threaten the natural, going for the CC. Base taking a lot of hits, boys are being pulled, the tank is repositioning, but it looks like the base may just go down. Across the map, Little Tart is getting some damage done. MaxPax blinking in, gets the tank. And 1 tank goes down and there's barely an army left. GG gets called, it's just too much, and MaxPax ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Again, Clem, if you recall, he did leave his 2nd tank in the main instead of moving it down to the natural. Basically, Clem took a chance. Clem, he took a bit of a risk there. He was hoping that MaxPax would rotate. As we saw, MaxPax did not rotate. He committed to the natural, which means Clem was punished for not repositioning his tank and moving it to the low ground, so he was taken advantage of. Likewise, he was caught off guard, and MaxPax did overwhelm. GG, well played. Again, I do feel like if MaxPax were to take the series, it would most likely be off the back of 4-gate blink. It is what MaxPax is best at. And with that, ties it up. Ties it up 1-1. GG, well played. Now we're jumping into Side Delta. Here we go. That was kind of like the signature, like, MaxPax PvT game. Is his 4-gate blink. But he can't rely on it for the entire series. I'm sure that won't be the last we see of 4-gate blink. I'm sure MaxPax will embrace it more times in this series. But what does he go for here in Game 3? That is the question. As we are loading in. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Side Delta, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming. Tying up the series 1-1, it is MaxPax. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Team Liquid, it is Clem. Here we go. MaxPax is setting up. Likewise, Clem moving out with the SCV. I imagine going for an eBay block. Clem attempting to force the unnatural natural out of Max Packs. We'll see if he can pull it off. So the goal here is to get the eBay up and running unscouted, and that will force Max Packs to expand at the either linear third or triangular third base. eBay is on the way. Meanwhile, the probe does dip in, harassing the mineral line. And it looks like the eBay, yeah, it is going to be able to get up, and Max Packs, ooh, he has to make a choice. He's going to be pulling the boys. Does pull the boys. He's going to try to fight for that eBay, fight for that natural. Clem does get a little bit more progression on it, but not too much. Oh! As it looks like he does not get enough, and we will be able to force a cancel. So Max Packs will be able to expand. STV threatening another dive. So this does do some economic damage, but this could have been worse. This could have been far worse for Clem. Behind this, force to go into the factory, into a delayed CC. I do actually slightly favor Max Packs here. Again, Clem was hoping for more damage and didn't quite get it. Didn't quite get it in the end. Behind this, getting into his 1-1-1. And we'll see where the game goes from here. Yes, the eBay. Exactly, exactly. Not to be confused with the EVA. Not to be confused. Behind this is going to be a Twilight Council. Technically could be 4-gate Blink, but I mean, at least going to be a Blink-based opener. We'll keep an eye on how many gateways Max Packs does go for. How many he does embrace. Clem is getting ready for his Widowmine drop. Clem is setting up. That does get away. Boys the Widowmine. Expansion now finally being taken. Clem will eventually break out. Going for his drop. Now this drop can be very impactful. It's going to be a single Widowmine and 6 Marines. Now the purpose of this drop is for economic damage. The Marines focus on the workers, and the Widowmine ideally zones away the Stalkers. You don't want to waste the Widowmine on probes. Instead, meant to be used on the Gateway Army. As it's going to be 3 Stalkers to defend. Third Gateway's on the way. Drop comes in. Widowmine does borrow. Oh! Again, we don't want to waste it. Widowmine gets targeted down. Widowmine does fall. And from here, Max Packs does end up losing one of the Stalkers, though. Loses the Stalker, 4 probes. 4 workers go down, and Clem making his way into the main, denying a lot of mining time. But now Max Packs is up to 4 Stalkers, and Clem has to get the hell out of there. He does retreat, does get away. And Max Packs has defended. Again, that could have been so much worse. It could have been so much more damage. But only 4 probes. Max Packs holds. He does hold. Behind this, how many gateways? We have 2 gateways in the main, and just the 1 at the natural. So it's going to be 3-gate Blink this time out of Max Packs. Less aggressive, just enough for map control. And from here, Max Packs can take a bit of an earlier expansion. Or earlier tech. So coming in. Getting 3 more probes. Stalkers hit the natural. Bunker is not yet done. And Clem needs more time. A little bit more time. There we go. Bunker does now complete. Tank getting in position. Max Packs reinforcing. As a reminder, this is not as aggressive as the last game. There are less Stalkers. Oof. Max Packs is punished. Banshee gets across the map. Probes are going down. There's no cloak with this. It's just a Banshee. Just a vanilla Banshee for Clem. Gets 5 probe kills. Forces a recall as well. Oh, that is brutal. The Banshee getting so much done. And can it escape? Nah, no, it's not going to be able to. Banshee does fall. Nice cleanup. That was still, I would say, a good trade for Clem, though, getting 5 workers and a recall for a vanilla Banshee. Behind this, building up his tanks, getting into Ravens. Medevac still does pose a threat. And MaxPax will attempt to counterattack. MaxPax will attempt to dive into the main. Oh! Gets one SCV. Being forced back. Rotate around. And at least MaxPax has map control. So he's containing his opponent. He's taking his own third base behind this. Clam is being contained. And he will eventually break out. He's got his two bunkers. He's got his tanks in position as well. Clem is looking quite secure. MaxPax, he's tempted to go in. I don't think he should, though. Oh! Blinks forward. It is punished for it. MaxPax face checking off the ramp. Has to calm down. At the same time, Clem trying to sneak out with a double drop. MaxPax, he... Oh! Will scout the Raven at least.
Your warriors have engaged.
Does spot the Raven. Marines across the map. Shield battery's not done. Nice trades here from Clem. Is forced to pick up. Forced out. Medevac somehow escapes. Getting a little bit more damage. And I don't think MaxPax quite noticed the drop. I mean, his Prism saw the Raven, but at the same time, he was forced to react to the drop back at home. The main base is exposed. MaxPax moving out. And again, Clem is just trying to distract MaxPax. He moves out through the center, drop into the main. A Raven to support as well. MaxPax, he's forced to recall. Here come the auto turrets. Auto turrets gets placed. Probes are falling. And MaxPax, he's being torn apart. Depowers 3 of the gateways, takes down 12 workers. At the same time, MaxPax warping in across the map, getting into the natural. But Clem is just overwhelming. He has a massive army. Defends back at home. Still wreaking havoc in the main, and he knocks down the third. GG gets called. Clem pulling apart his opponents and will take a 2-1 lead. GG. Just pulling MaxPax apart. Again, MaxPax, even though the Prism saw the Raven, he didn't quite, or he wasn't quite able to catch the drop. Was out of position. Was out on the map. And caught with his pants down. And now we're getting ready for the next game. Potentially the final game of the series. Again, I'm hoping for the ace match. I'm hoping for a game 5. But the pressure is now on MaxPax. Pressure is on. See Adam Mass in the chat. I haven't balanced wine since last week. It's hitching. Oh, keep it in, Bad. Keep it in. If you want to let it out somewhere else. SMH. Clem had double the army. He did. Did have double the army. Again, just built up on 2 bases. And we'll see if the Protoss can bring it back. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ghost River, we have the Danish Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Psystorm Gaming. Oh, he's up against the wall. He has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is MaxPax. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the French Terran player, the Blue Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is Clem. If you recall in the last game, Clem, he was able to deal a lot of economic damage with his Marine drop, with his initial Marine Widowmine drop, if you recall, followed by the Banshee harass as well, into the follow-up Marine drop. The harassment just did not stop. Clem doing so much with so little, getting a lot of probe kills, getting ahead in the economy, and snowballing out of control with that move out. Again, it wasn't even a Cloak Banshee, it was a Vanilla Banshee. Crazy. And once again, Clem, he will skirt around the edge and avoid the scouting probe. And he's going for the eBay. He's going for the eBay. His goal here is to delay the expansion. He wasn't too successful last game. Did force some inefficient mining as he forced 4 probes off the mineral line. But there it is, the eBay has been thrown down. And how long will it take for MaxPax to realize what's going on? There we go, probe does move down to low ground. This time a lot more progression on the eBay itself. And Clem, MaxPax, he's going to try to take that natural. But this time a lot more progression though. Uh-oh. Yeah, the eBay is almost done at this point. And MaxPax is going to fight that much harder to try to claim his expansion. Clem up! Oh my god! One more shot away! One of us! The SCV will get away. MaxPax forced to invest into a Zealot. A big delay in the expansion. But MaxPax will not expand elsewhere. SCV does survive. Does get away. Behind this, Clem going for the factory. He can go into Cyclone production from here or Hellion. Curious which one. There's a cancel on the eBay. And MaxPax can finally expand. He can finally take his natural. Ooh, okay. Not going for the add-on slot. Going Reactored Marine. This could actually be Reactored Marine into a Widowmine into a drop again. Could be the same build. Same opener from Clem in the last game. Yep, there's the Widowmine. MaxPax poking in. Let's pick away at the depots. Marines have to be very careful against that one Stalker. As every hit is permanent damage on those Marines. Widowmine does burrow. We'll connect most likely on the Zealots. Oh. Oh. Go pushing forward, takes out the first Zealot. Marines do survive, and Clem holds. Again, just a really little intense moment here at the start of the game. Clem doesn't lose any units, gets a Zealot, preserves his Marines, and defends. And does defend. Back at home is going to be a Twilight Council opener out of MaxPax going to Blink. Will be a Blink for the Protoss. Going for extra gateways, getting up to 3 gates, I believe. Yep, 3-gate Blink for now. Drop is moving out, but the Marines are softened up. And MaxPax is racing back home.
Here in the shadows.
Yeah, this time MaxPax will be in position. And I don't see Clem getting too much damage done with this, but we'll see. Ooh, as this time he's investing into Cloak. Cloak Bench is on the way. Drop into the main. Does scout the tech, does scout the Blink. Going for the pylon. Stalkers are ready for this. The juggling though. Ooh, leads out one Marine. Widowmine will zone away. Gets one Stalker. Pylon goes down. Depowers a Twilight Council. At the same time, Hellion does get into the mineral line. 2 probes go down. Good damage here from Clem, and he's following this up with Cloak Banshees. The delay on Blink can actually impact this. Likewise, less Warpins as well. Drop rotates back around. Clem going for another pylon. Banshee towards the natural. Again, he's going to try and drag the army into the main. Gets a probe. Gets 2. 2 probes go down. Keeping the army distracted. MaxPax moves out with his Stalkers with Blink. And the natural is exposed. Probes are going down. Forces a defensive warp in. Cloak is done just now. Does finish up. Does barely finish up. Clem just focuses on as many workers as possible. Back at home, he has 1 tank between the bases. There's no detection. No detection! Not like this! Banshee to attack, Banshee to defend! And MaxPax, what can he do here? So the critical damage is being dealt. MaxPax is not ready. No Robo. Or, I mean, he does have Robo, but no detection, no Observer. Observer's racing back home. But it's not across the map. Clem holds. And he gets 15 probe kills. 15 workers go down. Ay, ay, ay. MaxPax's economy is crippled. He's diving back in. Oh, but this is tank in position. And massive tank blow is going up. Oof. Stalker's going down. MaxPax rotating towards the natural. At least trying to. But likewise, there's a tank there as well. And Clem holds. Clem is holding. Unable to deny the warp in. That's going to be a lot of Stalkers. MaxPax, he's committed. He's committing into the main. Gonna be how many? 15 Stalkers. Tank goes down. Nice pickoff. Observer gets sniped. MaxPax, he does have to get out of here. Banshees, they get another Stalker. Behind this, set up for a third. Ooh, Observer goes down again. Not again. Observer gets sniped, and there's 0 Observers left. There we go, one more on the way. Blinking into the main, going for the tech lab. Will delay additional tank production. Another tank goes down. Big pickoff. MaxPax, he's still in this. The Banshees are not at home to defend. They're across the map instead. Banshees, they do hit the mineral line, going for the Stalker. Stalker goes down. Stalkers, they dive in. Boys are being pulled, and it looks like Clem, he should be able to defend. He has so many Marines. GG gets called. He shuts down the main army, and Clem will take the series 3-1, becoming this week's Wardy TV Monday champion. GG. GG, well played. Again, Clem, he was able to pop off initially with the initial drop, followed by the Cloak Banshees. MaxPax was unprepared. He eventually got into his own detection, but he lost 15 probes. 15 workers went down. MaxPax was essentially all in, but likewise, there were also Banshees to defend. Clem, he was so on point with sniping observers. If you remember, he would scan time and time again, sniping the observers, making sure there still was no detection, and it was just putting MaxPax in a worse and worse position. Towards the end, he was completely all in, and it did not have enough. GG, congratulations. Clem takes the series. Does take the series, is our champion once again. GG, well played. Again, it's one of those things where Clem and MaxPax, they used to have a back and forth rivalry at the start of the year. Like pre-EWC, before Clem went to Korea. For a long time, I feel like they did have a more back and forth rivalry, but ever since EWC, ever since Clem went to Korea, he has been on another level. He does have the best TVP in the world, I will say that, and I would say is currently the best player in the world as well. So Clem, it's hard to really bring him down. It's hard to really, deal any damage and put a dent in the armor. I mean, MaxPax did take a game. Shout out to MaxPax, did take a game, with his tried and true 4-gate blink. But as we saw, he was unable to rely on that throughout the course of the series, just doing it the one game. From there, did go for a more safer play, going into something more economic, going into 3-gate blink instead. And with that, Clem was a lot more comfortable, was able to wreak havoc and pull MaxPax apart. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. And with that, hope you all enjoyed yourselves. Hope you all had a great time. Hope you all had a great time here with the Wardy TV Monday. Again, the Wardy events, the Wardy Open Cups for Mondays are open for the next, or they're going to be scheduled for the next couple of weeks. I believe they're currently confirmed to go up to Wardy TV Monday number 8. After that, yet to be determined, yet to be confirmed whether the Wardy TV Mondays continue or not. What I mean by that is, currently, a lot of us are hosting these events during the off-season of StarCraft. When that ends depends on when EPT returns, right? When the on-season comes back online. So until then, we're doing our best to keep these online tournaments going, whether it's ourselves, whether it's the KSRS, and whether it's Wardy as well. We're all doing our part, hosting our Open Cups, doing what we can. Here we go. Then Rogue beat Clem. Yeah, I feel like we've seen Clem falter specifically a little bit more in TVZ. Shin has beaten Clem recently, and Rogue as well, as you mentioned. Usually with more aggressive all-ins, it has been catching Clem off guard. That is where I feel like that's where he's shown the most weakness recently, at least from what I've seen. Is some of these more unorthodox TVZs, but that doesn't stop him from being the best player in the world, of course. And with that, wrapping up. With that, we are going to be wrapping up here. When it comes to our next broadcast, this week there is no Ursasaurus Cup. There is no Ursasaurus Cup. Instead, our next broadcast is going to be on Wednesday. Is going to be Code for Giants Cup. Code for Giants Cup number 12 is going to be in 2 days' time. Because we have no cast tomorrow, that means most likely I'll be having a ladder session. Most likely going to be streaming on my personal channel, going to be laddering. So do tune into that. Do enjoy. I'm sure it's going to be a great time. I will try not to smudge too much. I'll do my best. Do my best, Pappy. So we'll be having a cheeky ladder session. I might stream some other games as well, but again, there's no casting. For now, at least, no casting tomorrow. That might change, actually. So something that I was unaware of, if you remember, even though there's no Ursasaurus Cup, there were some NA show matches. And we missed it, unfortunately. I forgot to add it to the calendar, so I was unaware that the NA show matches were taking place over the weekend. Because of that, we're going to try and get our hands on those replays, and we'll be going over those show matches either tomorrow or maybe Friday, maybe Saturday. We'll try to find a nice time for it, and we'll slot it in. So one of these days, either this week or next week, we'll be going over those replays. So just as a heads up, I haven't looked at the scores, I haven't looked at the results, I'm unaware as to what happened. Again, I just missed it completely, so that's my bad, Did miss the NA show matches, so we'll try to catch up. With them at some point. If you're curious, what NA show matches are you referring to? Basically, for the Ursasaurus Cups, they did keep track of the highest placing NA players, and they were invited to kind of like an end of season show match series. Kind of similar to like the Ballistic Brawl, or no, what is it? The Basilisk Big Brain Bouts. That's it. Yeah, that kind of similar format to that, where they have a series of show matches lined up. So that was held over the weekend. So we'll be all over that eventually. Is gonna be the plan. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thanks so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. I'm going to be heading off. I'm going to go shower. I'm going to go maybe get some food and get some rest. There's a lot of VODs to edit. As always, we have to edit the VODs for Tenacious Royal Tussles, Sparkling Tuna Cup, this event as well, the Wardy TV Monday. Going to be editing all the VODs and setting them up. If you're curious, where can you find the VODs? Exclamation mark YouTube. We do have a YouTube, we do stream here on Twitch and YouTube at the same time, so VODs are instantly available. We have VODs ready for you if you're interested over on YouTube. We have been getting a lot more traction on YouTube recently, so shout out to those that have been tuning in and watching from there. Otherwise, thanks so much for tuning in. When it comes to, if you're unsatiated, if you want some more StarCraft, I think the OSC mid-season playoffs are going to be continuing. I think Wardy is casting that. There's a Wardy TV Invitational, apparently, for the month of October. So Wardy's covering that tomorrow as well. So there's plenty of events going on. This channel, though, is going to be a little bit less active. Again, it's the off-season, so we're casting a lot less than we used to. It's been nice, though, enjoying a break after many years. Like, we casted on a daily basis for many years at this point, and now during the off season we have a lot less to cast, but it does mean that like we can catch up in other ways with other things, especially on our YouTube. Like our VODs have been like 3 months behind for years, and now we're actually catching up. The VODs are now becoming more and more recent, and they'll soon be, you know, in sync with what's happening now. So I'm looking forward to that. At least I'm looking forward to it. If you're curious why the YouTube VODs are so behind, it's because we upload 2 tournaments a day, and we would cast 3 tournaments a day. So math-wise, over time, YouTube would just fall behind. And after years of that happening, I mean, it fell behind by 3 months. So that's why YouTube is behind, is because we would cast more often than we would upload, and we would only limit it to 2 tournaments a day, just because it's a lot of uploads, and I just don't want to spam like the subscription feed. Like I don't want to spam with like 20 videos a day. Instead, we settle on 10. It's like something like that. So it's still a lot, and it still feels kind of spammy. But once we catch up, I'll try and like do like 1 tournament a day or something, just to lighten the load. Just because I don't want to spam too much. But yeah. So that's happening over on YouTube. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for tuning in. We do appreciate it. Otherwise, we're going to be heading off for the evening, and stick around. We're gonna be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Not too sure who. We'll find someone. I see Nice is streaming. Oh, nice. Let's go. Who else? Who else is live at the moment? There's Nice. There is. I see Rainer's playing League of Legends. Shaking my head. I think Rotterdam was streaming like Dead Space. No, Deadlock. That's it. The other one. We'll find someone though. Find someone to raid. Otherwise though, we'll see you guys next time. We'll see you guys next time. Again, I'm going to be streaming on my personal channel. I do not ladder stream here on the CranKy Ducklings. I only ladder stream on light_VIP. So if you're interested, I have you covered there. Otherwise, you can follow us on all the social medias, !socials for our Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. All things CranKy Ducklings. All things Quack. And outside of that, I'll see you guys tomorrow or the day after, depending on where you are and when you are available. Until then, hasta luego. Ciao, papi, ciao. Hasta luego.